Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this virtual full council meeting. By virtue of regulations passed due to the COVID-19 pandemic to enable constituted meetings and decision-making to take place virtually. The requirement for public meetings to be made accessible to the public remains, and the link to the virtual meeting is available on the Council's website in the usual live meeting link page. If a connection to a member is lost during the meeting, all efforts will be made to enable the connection to be restored. If the connection cannot be restored within a reasonable time, the meeting will proceed, but the member who was disconnected will not be able to vote on the matter under discussion as they're all the facts. Should any aspect of the external link fail, I may call a short adjournment of up to 5 minutes or so to determine whether the connection can quickly be re-established, either by video technology or telephone in the alternative. If the connection is not restored within that time, the meeting will be adjourned and any further business will not proceed until another time and date. Could members please mute their microphones whilst not speaking to reduce noise interruption during the meeting, and unmute when a vote or roll call is about to be taken? Does Council agree to the suspension of Council Procedure Rule 14, Rules of Debate, to enable the Leader of the Council to exceed the time limit for his contribution in moving the administration budget to 15 minutes and 30 seconds if required, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition Group in moving the opposition budget a time limit of 10 minutes 30 seconds if required, with a right to reply 7 minutes. Those members seconding the administration and opposition budgets will also get a time limit of 7 minutes. All of the speakers will be limited to 4 minutes 30 seconds. By calling Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second this.
Move, Madam Mayor.
We've got a seconder, Councillor Sykes.
Second, Madam Mayor. Second, Madam Mayor.
Is there any dissent? So I take that as agreement from the members. May I also remind members of the public, that the budget meeting is a one-item agenda specifically to agree the budget for 2021-22. I've had apologies of absence from Councillors Alexander, Hack, Hudson and Salamat. Communications. Members will be aware we have sadly lost a former member of the council, Brian Lund. 2 former mayoresses, Kathleen Hudson and Pauline Crowther, and a former chief executive, Colin Smith. Members have indicated that they wish to speak. So in relation to former Mayoress Pauline Crowther, I have notifications from Councillor Sykes and Councillor Dean. Councillor Sykes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I knew Pauline. Probably I'd less rows with Pauline than I did with John, actually. I know she managed to be married to John. I don't quite know, but she managed it with an amicable manner. She served as Mayoress 81 to 82, so conscious some of you weren't even here then, never mind. Whatever, and she did it well and did it with dignity and great dedication. She was a great supporter of John as Mayor, and John sadly left us in 2004. I didn't want to let this pass as a former Mayoress. She kept an interest in mayoral matters after her husband's death, which was a connection with the council, and was regularly seen on mayoral Sundays and at other events. I know she has a son in New Zealand, and on behalf of my group, my sympathies go with her family and whatever. And she did good service to our town. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Pauline was a wonderful, cheerful person and a great support to her husband Johnny in the mayoral year, but also she contributed significantly by supporting other mayoresses throughout many years, and always worked towards the borough. She lived as long as I can remember, certainly for the last 60 years in Hathershaw, where she was certainly well known amongst the local community, which she actually supported and worked with. And she's a sad loss really to the town. And like Howard, I will offer my condolences, as the council will, to Pauline's memory. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to Councillor Lund, I've had notification from Councillors Dean, Gary and Sykes. Councillor Dean, please.
Thank you. I first met Brian in 1977, and he actually acted as my agent when I stood in a Saddleworth seat at that time. And subsequently, Brian came onto the council, I think it was in '84. And he soon established himself as one of the significant contributors. He was probably the most articulate man I've ever met in my life. And certainly he was a great intellectual and academic, and of course worked at Manchester Metropolitan University, and was very well known for his work on deprivation, and particularly housing deprivation. He was the first chair of a committee that was set up around 1986 called the Social Development Committee. And his work as chair was absolutely phenomenal. And a lot of the organisations, both voluntary and statutory, will and did start around the time through his initiatives. And really he was a great steer in housing matters as well. And he worked on quite a number of subcommittees to do with housing at the time. And his contribution generally to the council was superb. He also, as a ward councillor, was in another reincarnation. There was actually a borough plan that was actually going to build on the area between Failsworth and Woodhouses at the time. And he led the fight to actually save that greenbelt space that obviously has been up for discussion just recently. So he was a great local fighter as well for the people in Failsworth where he represented. So it's been an extremely sad loss to lose Brian at this time. And my condolences go to his family.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. In Failsworth, we pride ourselves in our stringent selection process for candidates, many of whom have gone on to be high achievers, and Brian was one of them. Not only in his academic career, but also while serving as a councillor. Brian joined the Failsworth East family in 1981 and served the ward until 1995. As was typical of Brian, this was done with diligence, compassion and loyalty. You can't be part of the branch for so long without becoming firm friends, and we were friends, and you were lucky to be able to call him one. So along with John Batty, Barbara and Dave Dawson, Glynis Butterworth and Margaret and Abdul Ghafoor, we made a pledge to each other to do our best to topple a certain lady with a handbag. And boy, we had fun trying to do that. Politics, as you know, can be a little dry at times. So after meetings, the real meetings would start in the pub, where we would put the will to rights. The tremendous fun we had at parties to raise funds for posters and leaflets. These were the things that bound us together. I always remember one curry night event. Suki and Brian paid £5 for a pan of Abdul's special rice, which was left over from the buffet. The pair of them left our house thinking that they'd won the jackpot. But heads up to Abdul, it was decent stuff. You could use many words to describe Brian, and to call him nice may sound understated, but that is exactly what he was. A really, really nice man. And you know what? This world needs really nice people. They make you happy, they make you feel safe, and they make you smile. And when you're with them, you want to be nice too. Brian will be missed by all who knew and loved him, and our thoughts and love go out to Suki, Dan and Rachel. Rest in peace, Brian.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd agree. Brian was a nice man, and I'd go one better than that. He was a nice man who was also a socialist. And I was proud to call him my friend, and I hope he was proud to call me his friend. And he was somebody that pulled no punches politically, but he was somebody who, after the meeting, I was very happy to go for a drink with on a couple of occasions, shall we say. He served for 14 years as a councillor for Failsworth East, from 81 to 95. He was a member of the Education Committee and Social Development Committees, and he chaired also Housing and Policy Committees. And I remember, and it's been spoken about earlier, the dedication and passion he had for serving the people of Failsworth. He also had a bit of a willingness on occasions to work across party lines to get the job done and do what was best for Failsworth and best for Oldham, and that was a real credit to him. I won't repeat what others have said, but like I say, he leaves his wife Susan and 2 children behind. They're in my they have my sympathies and they're in my prayers. The world is a worse place without Brian. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to former Chief Executive Colin Smith, I've had notifications from Councillor Ahmad and Councillor Sykes. So, Councillor Ahmad, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I would like to pay tribute to the former Chief Executive Colin Smith. I had the privilege of working with Colin Smith when I was first elected in 1992. Colin originally came to Oldham to work as a borough treasurer, did a fantastic job and moved up to be the chief executive. I know today is a budget meeting and we say that every year how difficult things are. Just imagine how difficult things were when Colin took over as a chief executive. The textile industry was just been decimated. It was the main employer in Oldham, and there was huge unemployment. We had a town centre which was in a mess with St. Peter's Square shopping centre, probably the highest, windiest and the wettest shopping centre in the country. But he worked hard on a package to build the town square shopping centre, which received a huge welcome from the borough's residents. It was later joined by Spindles. Colin was a determined person. He made his home in Oldham so he could personally witness the services, the quality of services being offered to his citizens. And he frequently commented on the refuse collection. Those of us who remember the CETA days, and gritting and other such facilities. And he worked hard to improve those facilities. Throughout the borough, he's left mark on many, many places. Number of business parks like Broadway, Brighton, Sports Stadium, Tommyfield Market, Lifelong Learning Centre, many, many landmarks he's left behind. But I suppose of all his legacies, Sixth Form College will always stand out as a huge success story. When Oldham Royal Infirmary was put up for sale, Colin and his team had to work very quickly to beg and borrow money to secure the site. And they worked out a package with great speed. And now we see every year hundreds of students pass through that college and go on to build successful careers. Colin will be looking down on his legacy and he will be rightly proud of his achievements. When he retired from Oldham Council, he didn't want to just go home and sit and jive. He kept himself busy. He got involved in the volunteer sector. He was involved in Oldham Coliseum and Kershaw's Hospice. I know I had many discussions with him over Kershaw's Hospital in my capacity as chair of PCT and his capacity of raising money. So we had many useful discussions, and he impressed me as to how committed he was to Oldham and its citizens. Madam Deputy Mayor, we Oldhamers owe Colin a massive gratitude. So rest in peace, Colin, friend. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll add to what Councillor Ahmad has said. I mean, Colin Smith, OBE, was a very distinguished public servant. For nearly half a century, he had 43 years of local government service. And let's not forget, besides he was Oldham MBC Chief Executive, but he was also Chief Executive of Agma for much of the 1990s. And that was obviously the forerunner of what we've now got, the combined authority. As Councillor Ahmad has said, he left lasting landmarks, of which there's a long list, but the one that sticks in my mind is Oldham Sixth Form College, in terms of the real mega difference it's made to some of our young people. He was awarded an OBE for services to local government, and that was justly deserved. And he had a real passion for football, and you need a passion for football when you're a Burnley fan. But he also had a passion for music and also the arts. And I suppose the bit I'd just like to emphasise, although he retired in 1999, he didn't disappear. He went off and offered his services as chair of the Oldham Coliseum Board, director of the Halley Orchestra, and also at Dr. Kershaw's, as we mentioned. He was chair of the trustees at the Millgate Arts Centre and one of the leading lights in the Saddleworth Arts Festival. I have to say, we sometimes had disagreements, and that's a good and healthy thing, and was always professional. And I've always held Colin in great regard as a chief executive. To say nothing else, he was calm, and I think the only way you could ever tell whether he'd rattled his cage or he was annoyed with you was the colour his neck went here. His face never cracked, and it was always calm and smile and serene, but the colour of his neck did change, I can assure you, if he was annoyed or displeased with you, and I'll leave it at that. His financial and people management skills were great, and ensured he was at the helm, and there was absolutely no question who was in charge of the ship of Oldham Council at that time. And as Councillor Ahmad says, there were some choppy waters on a number of occasions that were very challenging. Again, one of its active citizens is no longer with us, and my sympathies and that of my colleagues go to his wife, Marion, and their two children. God bless.
Thank you. In relation to former Mayoress Kathleen Hudson, I have notifications from Councillor Sheldon, Councillor Sykes, Councillor Roberts and Councillor Byrne. Councillor Sheldon, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It is with sadness that I pay this tribute to Mrs. Kathleen Hudson, former Mayoress. Kathleen lived all her life in Greenfield, and my earliest recollection of Kathleen was the occasional time she was behind the counter serving in the sweet shop at Valley Cottages, where her mother Gladys and Aunt Nell. To pay a tribute to Kathleen must involve Councillor John Hudson, OBE, as they were a great team. Kathleen met John working in Greenfield, and they bought their first home in Armit Road, Greenfield. Kathleen and John had two daughters, Claire and Deborah, and a granddaughter, Courtney. They devoted their time bringing up these two daughters and were doted on Courtney, and so proud when both daughters got married. Kathleen supported John in many ways and will be there helping and organising as part of the charity teams at Saddleworth Parish Council and Oldham mayoral events. Kathleen was overjoyed when John became the Mayor of Oldham. She loved the Mayor's car rolling up to St Mary's Drive, where they now lived, and more especially enjoyed all the people they met during that 12 months. A highlight for Kathleen was their trip to Buckingham Palace when John received the OBE. Kathleen loved dancing, and she was a good dancer, and along with John, they would often lead the dancing at social events. Kathleen loved chatting daily to people as she walked through Greenfield to the shops. John and Kathleen would walk to Upper Mill and Dobcross every weekend, rain or shine. She took an interest in people. She was a good listener and had a great knowledge and memory for people's names. Many people will miss her conversations and the friendly laugh, which she always shared. Our condolences go out to John and family. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As has been mentioned, Kathleen, who was taken for us very quickly and very suddenly, served as Mayoress to John Hudson in 2013 and 2014, which seems only a couple of minutes ago. I think the first thing that struck you about Kathleen was her genuine warmth and ability to connect and emphasize and empathise with everyone she met. I can remember once I'd gone doing some missionary work in Dobcross Garden Centre, and I bumped into John and Kathleen. And as you know, John can talk for Britain, but I can tell you Kathleen could hold her own. And nearly an hour later, I think I managed to get whatever I wanted for her, but I will remember that conversation as long as I live. And that was typical of them, or typical of her, that she always had time for you. She'd make sure everyone was included and made welcome at the event. She was certainly the hostess with the mostest, and these qualities were invaluable as Oldham's first citizen. And the role of hostess came naturally to her, or she certainly gave that impression. The second thing that struck you about her, for me, is she was only fractionally less excited about being Mayoress than John was about being Mayor. And they were very much a double act, whether working the room, as has been taught before, or cutting a rug on the dance floor. She's a lifelong connection to Greenfield, has been mentioned, and for many years served on the Saddleworth Charity Committee, and for 4 years as the chairman's lady when John was chair of Saddleworth Parish Council. Between them, as Oldham's and Saddleworth's first citizens, they've raised countless thousands of pounds for charity and brightened the lives of many of our citizens, young, old, and across the borough. Kath always had a touch of class. She wrote a monthly Mayoress of Oldham column for the Saddleworth Independent about what she and John had been up to in their office and in their roles, and probably the only time we've had a journalist as a first citizen. And she sent letters to the press and wrote personalised thank you cards to organisers of events and invited her and John to attend, which were greatly appreciated, I know, by recipients. These sort of extra personal touches were amongst the things that made Kathleen's term as Mayoress stand out. In her mayoral year, and I would describe her as the Jackie Onassis of our borough. Kath's unexpected death came as a tremendous shock to everyone on our side of the chamber, but much more so to the family. Again, I want to send out our deepest condolences to John and to John and Kathleen's 2 daughters on their very, very sad loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I first met Kathleen shortly after moving to Oldham. She was the chairman's lady of Saddleworth Parish Council at the time on one of 4 occasions and clearly relished her role. Whenever I met her subsequently, usually at a civic function, either for the parish council or for the borough council, She provided steadfast support to Councillor Hudson in both of these roles and throughout those 4 terms. I'm not sure if she chose a life of public service or had it thrust upon her by Councillor Hudson. Whichever was the case, she ably supported him, a willing volunteer in the chain gang of mayors and chairs of local parish councils, attending hundreds of formal dinners, fundraising events and church services. She was light on her feet, tripping the light fantastic with Councillor Hudson at more than one Victorian ball. She will be missed by all those who knew her family, and above all by Councillor Hudson. She leaves behind a legacy of charitable fundraising and public service, and I would like to offer our public condolences to Councillor Hudson and his family for their loss.
Thank you. And I've also had notification from Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Kathleen and I were girls together. We went to the same school, albeit she was a little older than me. But so we have known one another a long, long time. But before that, I'd like to repeat a message from Councillor Hudson. I spoke to him this afternoon, and he would like to thank everyone of all parties for the support he has received from them, the cards, the messages, the flowers, and he is very grateful. And the message from him was this afternoon that he misses you all. He's still struggling, but hopefully we'll get there somehow. Kathleen and John were yin and yang. One couldn't have worked without the other on the things that they did. I have to beg to differ. Some of them were actually Kathleen's, slipped in. But she, as the others have said, the entertaining that she did through the parish council, through the chairman's charity, where the aim was to make money, but to have fun, and then have fun distributing that money. She kept that chairman's charity committee together for years, and it is still there, ready to take up again. And I'm chairman of the parish council again next year. But Kathleen liked people, his best wishes, and he does want to still know what people are doing, which I think is a good thing. And Claire and Deborah, they have supported him very well, and we will leave Kathleen with love, I think. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Can I ask members to hold a minute's silence now in memory of those lost? Thank you. The next item, attendance and declaration of interest. A roll call now will take place to confirm the attendance of members and for members to declare any interests. If you have a disclosable pecuniary interest arising from ownership or occupation of a property in Oldham, please can you so declare? The Standards Committee have given a dispensation allowing members to have an interest arising from ownership or occupation of property in Oldham to participate and vote on the setting of the council tax and matters directly related to such decisions, including the budget calculations. In addition, if you have a separate pecuniary, personal or prejudicial interest, please can you declare it now?
I've got a pecuniary interest of.
It's going to be a roll call.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Ahmad.
Present, I've got pecuniary interest for the council tax I pay and my property 157 Frederick Street, and personal interest in membership of union. Thank you.
Councillor Akhtar.
Present, pecuniary interest as per properties that I own in Oldham per my declarated register. There's a number of properties registered there, and obviously personal interest in terms of a membership of a union.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Present.
Any interest to declare, Councillor Al Hamdani?
I don't own property in Oldham, so I don't believe so.
Thank you. Councillor Ali.
Yeah, present. Pecuniary interest in property I own in Oldham, and also personal interest as a trade union member. Thank you.
Councillor Alias.
Yes, present. I have pecuniary interest in 2 properties in Oldham, and I am also a trade union member.
Councillor Ball.
Sorry about that. I have a pecuniary interest in where I live at 15 Tons Road, and a personal interest in being a member of Unite.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
Thank you. So pecuniary interest in the ownership of property in Oldham, and a personal interest as a member of a union. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
Yes, pecuniary interest in my home in Brighton, and personal interest as a member of the GMB.
Councillor Briggs.
Present, a pecuniary interest in my home in Failsworth, and I'm also a trade union a personal interest as a trade union member.
Councillor Brownridge.
Pecuniary interest in my house in Chadderton, and a personal interest as a member of the GMB.
Councillor Byrne.
Pecuniary interest in my home in Upper Mill.
Councillor Chadderton.
Pecuniary interest in a property I own in Oldham, and a personal interest due to membership of a trade union.
Councillor Chowan.
Pecuniary interest in properties owned in Oldham, and also member of a trade union.
Councillor Cosgrove.
A personal interest of being a member of a trade union.
Councillor Curley.
Present, pecuniary interest, owner of property in Saddleworth, and member of a trade union.
Councillor Davis.
Yes, present. A pecuniary interest in my home address, and a personal interest as a member of Unite the Union.
Councillor Dean.
Present, and a pecuniary interest in my home address, and a personal interest in being a member of GMB Union.
Councillor Fielding.
Pecuniary interest by virtue of ownership of property in the borough, and personal interest through membership of Unison and the GMB.
Councillor Gary.
Personal interest in 2 trade unions, USDAR and ANGU. Pecuniary interest in the property that I own in Failsworth, and a pecuniary interest of GMP.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Pecuniary interest in my home address, pecuniary interest in other properties in Shaw, a personal interest in being a retired member of GMP.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Sorry, my mute button's not playing. Pecuniary interest in home address and ownership of other properties in Oldham, and pecuniary interest in husband's employment status as GMP.
Councillor Goodwin.
Present, and I have a pecuniary interest in property in the borough, and a personal interest as in member of a trade union.
Councillor Hamlet.
Present. Nothing to declare.
Councillor Harkness.
Personal interest, pecuniary interest by virtue of residing in a property in the borough, and personal interest, member of Voice Community Trade Union.
Councillor Hewitt.
Present. Pecuniary interest in a property I own in Springhead, and a personal interest in being a member of 2 trade unions, the GMB and Unite the Union.
Councillor Hobing.
Present. Nothing to declare.
Councillor Hume.
Personal interest in as a member of the GMB trade union.
Councillor Aftab Hussain. Councillor Aftab Hussain.
Pecuniary interest at my home address, present.
Councillor Fidar Hussain. Councillor Fidar Hussain. Councillor Ibrahim.
Present. Pecuniary interest in ownership of a property in Oldham and a personal interest as a member of a trade union.
Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Iqbal.
Apologies, mute was off. Pecuniary interest in property and business I own in Oldham, and personal interest in member of trade union CWU. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Iqbal, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Pecuniary interest in the property and business I own in Oldham, and personal interest in a member of a union CWU.
Thank you. Councillor Jabbar.
Yeah, pecuniary interest in properties that I own in Oldham. Also personal interest in being member of trade unions, Unison and Unite. Thank you. And present, obviously.
Councillor Jakes.
Present. Pecuniary interest in a property in Failsworth, and a personal interest in being a member of Unison.
Councillor Leach.
Pecuniary interest in the property I own, live in Saddleworth, and a personal interest as being a member of a trade union.
Councillor Malik.
Pecuniary interest at my home address, and also a member of the trade union Unite.
Councillor McLaren.
Pecuniary interest in a property I own in Chadderton, and a personal interest as a member of a trade union.
Councillor Moores.
Pecuniary interest in a property I own in Chadderton, and a member of Unite the Union.
Councillor Murphy.
Pecuniary interest with the property I own in Shaw, Oldham, declared on the Register of Interest.
Councillor Mushtaq.
Present. Pecuniary interest in a property owned in Oldham, and a personal interest as a member of a union.
Councillor Fithian.
Pecuniary interest in my home address, and a personal interest in a member of a trade union. Thank you.
Councillor Price.
Pecuniary interest in properties I own in Oldham, and personal interest as a member of a trade union.
Councillor Roberts.
Present. A pecuniary interest in my home address in Oldham, and member of the GMB.
Councillor Shah.
Thank you. So a pecuniary interest in a property in Oldham, and a personal interest as a member of 2 unions, the GMB and Community Union.
Councillor Sheldon.
Present, and a pecuniary interest in land and my home in Greenfield, and 2 properties in Upper Mill.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Present, and pecuniary interest being a homeowner in Chadderton, and a personal interest being a trade union member.
Councillor Stretton.
Yeah, pecuniary interest in the property I own in Hollingwood, and a personal interest by virtue of my membership of the GMB trade union. And I'm here.
Councillor Serjan.
Present, pecuniary interest in a property in Oldham and member of a trade union. That's personal, sorry. Yeah.
Councillor Sykes.
Interest in the property I live in Shaw and present.
Councillor Taylor.
Present, pecuniary interest in property I own in Chadderton and personal interest as a member of 2 trade unions, the GMB and the Communication Workers Union.
Councillor Torr.
Present, pecuniary interest in property in Oldham and personal interest in a member of a union. Thank you.
Councillor Raymond.
Present, pecuniary interest as owner of property in Oldham as per my register of interest, and also personal interest as a member of Unite the Union.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Liz. Present, yeah, personal interest in Usdaw Union and a pecuniary interest at the home, the Wild Vent in Hollywood. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson. Apologies, Councillor Williamson. I couldn't hear that.
Can you hear me now?
Just a little bit higher.
Right, sorry. So, a pecuniary interest in 2 properties in Shaw, and I am present.
Madam Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
if I may. I do apologise. As much as it would be a fun bit of mischief making to send off standards complaints against people that haven't declared interest this evening, can you clarify whether you have to declare an interest in a property even if you don't own it? Because I would assume that people occupying properties in Oldham, even if they're renting, do pay council tax and do still have a pecuniary interest that they need to declare this evening that they may not have done.
Yes, I've just had advice that it is occupation as well. If you live in a property in Oldham, it's not just if you own a property in Oldham. So we might have to go back, might we? I'll do my declaration first, and then we'll go back to Liz. So I've got a pecuniary interest in my home in Oldham that I own, and I'm a member of a trade union. Liz.
Yep, Councillor Al-Dani.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification. In that case, a pecuniary interest in the house I occupy in Oldham. Thank you.
Councillor Holbein.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. Same with me, pecuniary interest as a resident of a property in Oldham.
Thank you. That's attendance complete, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think there are other people who still need to declare a pecuniary interest.
Councillor Cosgrove.
Yeah, I live at a property in Oldham, so I need a pecuniary interest. Can't say it.
Thank you. Councillor Hume.
I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest as well, as I live in a property in Oldham.
Thank you.
Don't declare mine anyway. I have a pecuniary interest in a property that I live in Shaw. Thank you.
Councillor Hamlet. Thank you.
Anybody else? Are we okay to move on?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we move on to the main, or not the main, but the big chunk of tonight's proceedings, the budget 2021 to 22. So does council agree to amend the order of business in the summons to enable the debate on the capital programme and the revenue budget to take place at the same time in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 12.4C? The order of business will be item 4A, item 4D, item 4E, item 4... then items 4B and F at the same time, item 4G, and then item 4C. Also, can I remind members that regulations have been implemented requiring recorded votes on specific decisions at the budget meeting, and I will inform you when a recorded vote is required. All votes are going to be roll call tonight, but some will be recorded votes. So does council note the minutes of the cabinet meeting held on the 23rd of February 2021 as circulated? Is there any dissent? I'll take silence as agreement then, thank you. Item 4A. I call on Councillor Roberts to move and Councillor Jabbar to second the housing revenue account estimates for 2021-22 to 2025-26. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The key recommendations in this report relate to the rent for council homes, that is those retained by the council and managed via the two PFI schemes. The recommendation follows government guidance and recommends an increase in rent of homes of 1.5% and commercial and other occupiers as in the contracts they have with the council. In line with previous years, the report also recommends a freeze on service charges and that concierge charges in extra care housing be set at a rate to recover actual costs. I'd also like to draw Council's attention to the outturn for 2020-21, which includes our investment in 19 new eco-friendly homes on Primrose Bank. The report at 2.26 identifies schemes which implement priorities identified in the housing strategy and which will be wholly or part funded by the housing revenue account balances. These being town centre homes, a programme of developing smaller pocket sites across the borough, tackling empty homes and buying homes as appropriate. This is summarised in financial terms in the table at 2.15, which projects reductions in HRA balances over the years to come as we invest in providing homes to meet as many as possible of the needs of Oldham residents, needs which I might add yesterday's budget did nothing to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I call on Councillor Jabbar to second the report. Councillor Jabbar.
Seconded, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak on this? No, nobody's indicated. There actually, I think there are two hands up, legacy hands. If people who have indicated using the virtual hand, can you always remove it when you've actually spoken? Thank you. So, Councillor Roberts, you have the right to reply, but nobody has actually spoken. So, is there anything you want to add?
Sorry, no, Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry.
It's okay. Right, thank you. So does Council agree the recommendations are circulated? A roll call will now be taken.
Councillor Ahmad.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Alias. Councillor Alias.
4.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Briggs.
4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne.
Apologies, 4.
Councillor Chatterton.
4.
Councillor Chowan.
4.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4. 4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4. 4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hoban.
4.
Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Fida Hussain. Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon.
4.
Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Mayor.
4. Thank you. That was everybody for. So item 4D, I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Fielding to second the statement of the Chief Financial Officer on reserves, robustness of the estimates and affordability and prudence of capital investments. Councillor Jabbar, please.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody, any member wish to speak on this? So, does council agree the recommendations are circulated? A roll call will once again be taken. Thank you.
Councillor Ahmad.
4.
Councillor Akhtar.
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
4.
Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Alias.
4.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Briggs. Councillor Briggs.
Sorry, Liz. 4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne.
4.
Councillor Chatterton.
4.
Councillor Chowan.
4.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4. 4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4. 4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Fidar Hussain. Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon.
Abstain.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Mayor.
4. Thank you. Item 4E, I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Fielding to second the Council Tax Reduction Scheme 2021 to 22. Councillor Jabbar.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Seconded, Councillor Fielding.
Seconded, Madam Deputy Mayor, and in doing so, just to say that I'm pleased with being able to maintain the same level of support that the Council Tax Reduction Scheme offered last year, even despite so many more people coming to rely on it because of the conditions of the economy due to the pandemic.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this? Okay. There's nothing to reply to. So does Council agree the recommendations as circulated? A roll call will again be taken.
Councillor Ahmad.
4.
Councillor Akhtar.
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
4.
Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Alias.
4.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Marie Bashford.
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashford.
4.
Councillor Briggs.
4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne.
4.
Councillor Chatterton.
4.
Councillor Chowan.
4.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hoban.
4.
Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon.
4.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Mayor.
4.
Liz, can I come in? I've just joined the meeting, love. My apologies. Councillor Hussain.
I'll take your presence, Councillor Hussain, but you can't vote on this particular item.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so everybody. So we're going to items 4B and 4F. and I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Jabbar to second the Capital Strategy and Capital Programme 2021 to 22 to 2025-26 and the Revenue Budget 2021-22 and Medium Term Financial Strategy 2021-22 to 2023-24. Councillor Fielding, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The pandemic has shone a light on the importance of public services and why they must be properly resourced. When we set the budget last year, we had no idea of the extent of the challenges to come, the scale of demand, and the need to rapidly and radically change what we were doing to respond to the crisis. Council staff have shifted into new roles, whether creating and stocking a PPE hub when the government failed to provide frontline workers with the necessary protection, whether checking on vulnerable residents, creating test centres, delivering food packages, or managing vaccine logistics. Even those still doing broadly the same work as before have seen big changes. Whether that means redesigning services like our bin collections so that they're COVID secure, or reprioritising work plans so our staff could rapidly switch from office working to working at home like we are now. When we look back on this period, it will be with incredible sadness for all the people that we've lost. But I hope that we'll also remember and draw strength from the amazing achievements and the resilience shown by our communities. While acknowledging and celebrating those achievements, however, we can't ignore that this has been so much worse in the UK than it could have been. Many more people have lost their jobs or businesses. People have spent more time stuck indoors, unable to see their loved ones. And many more people have died. As this is a meeting to discuss the Oldham Council budget, I don't want to use this moment to pick over individual errors from ministers over the last year, although there have been many, from skipping meetings about the danger of the virus at the start of last year, to being too slow to act, to giving out buckets of public money to friends and donors, rather than people who knew what they were doing. Instead, I want to reflect on the impact of the systematic defunding of public services, and particularly local government, that has taken place over the last decade. Since the coalition government was formed in 2010, capacity has been steadily stripped out of our public services. In local government, that has meant that we've had fewer staff available to help residents, fewer community venues available to act as testing centres, and less chance to mitigate the worst effects of the pandemic. When the Labour Party was last in Downing Street, councils like Oldham's had twice the budget. Since then, 3 Conservative Prime Ministers in a row have told local government to do more with less. 3 Conservative Prime Ministers have told councils to stop doing the things that make places better, to instead focus just on the very core statutory services that they couldn't get away with cutting. We've been told to leave the rest to the market. This doesn't work, as shown by years of rising inequality, rising child poverty, and rising disillusionment. And it really doesn't work when a crisis strikes and you need a strong, unified response. I am so proud of our council staff over the last year, as well as the incredible community groups who have stepped up to keep people as safe as possible. But we can't get away from the fact that a decade of austerity left the UK completely unprepared for this crisis and with one of the worst death rates in the world. And here we are again. Once again, we're looking at a council budget that requires significant cuts compared to the year before. We were told by the government we'd be reimbursed for the cost of responding to COVID, but we haven't been. We were told austerity was over, and clearly, if the budget yesterday is anything to go by, it is not. We were told loudly by the Chancellor that there will be more money for local government, while he whispered that it would have to come from raising council tax by 5%. Treasury forecasts, the government's own Treasury forecasts, make the assumption that council tax will rise by 20% over the next 5 years. So the Conservative government and the Conservative Chancellor's future plans are clear. I said it at last year's budget, but it bears repeating. Council tax is arguably the most unfair tax that we have. It hits poorer people so much harder than the rich. If you live in a borough like Oldham, where demand for services is much higher than in a place like the Prime Minister's Uxbridge constituency, your council tax is going to be much higher, even if your earnings are significantly lower. And yet the Chancellor cheerfully instructs us to raise council tax by 5% if we want to recoup our COVID losses. When people have had such a hard year, that just doesn't feel like an option in Oldham. We have a responsibility as a council to ask for the absolute minimum we can afford from people. So we're raising council tax by 2.99%. That's the lowest increase of any council in Greater Manchester, but I know that it will still hurt for many people in Oldham. And it still means we're having to make some really tough decisions about how we cut our cloth further in the year ahead. The process of deciding on budget cuts this year has been harder than ever. We're way past the point of being able to remove things that people won't miss. I think that's reflected in the Liberal Democrat budget proposals too. There aren't many concrete proposed cuts because you can't cut much more without causing pain. I'm sure the Conservatives or independent councillors would have found exactly the same if they'd taken the time to make any proposals of their own. But while the cuts were making it difficult, and I'm particularly sorry that once again we're being forced into redundancies, which is against my instincts as a Labour councillor, particularly after so many people have sacrificed so much, I believe this budget also sets Oldham on a path to recovery. Inevitably, the last 12 months have been focused on dealing with the pandemic, but we've also set the ground for the future, and this budget is another step towards a better Oldham. We're doing everything we can to fill the gaps left by the government. The Chancellor's speech yesterday was as notable for what it didn't mention as for what it did. There was nothing in the budget on the public health grant to councils for the next financial year, which begins in just 3 weeks' time, and nothing on social care, which has been ignored by the Conservatives for years, despite repeated promises that a new plan to treat carers properly was around the corner. As the Conservative-led Local Government Association has said, and this is a direct quote, the lack of new funding for public health runs contrary to the aim of addressing the stark health inequalities exposed by COVID-19 and levelling up our communities. The LGA analysis highlights that social care is quite simply not sustainable, whilst the Conservatives refuse to address it. I'm proud that as an accredited living wage employer, we're working to ensure all of our carers are earning enough to live on. That's the absolute minimum our carers deserve, and it's a sector that the government cannot keep ignoring. There was nothing in the Chancellor's speech about how we build the houses people need. It's all very well extending the stamp duty holiday for those who can already afford to buy, but what we really need is more homes and more affordable homes. Despite so much talk locally about the importance of building on brownfield land to protect green space, there was nothing in the budget about what the Tories will do to make that happen. We estimate that a little over £100 million is what it would take to prepare all of Oldham's brownfield land for housing. That's the scale of the challenge, but what's on offer from the Conservatives does not scratch the surface. To counter their inaction locally, we're looking to establish a housing company to build the genuinely affordable homes the private sector doesn't want to focus on. While the government hesitates, we'll also keep working to find any way possible to release brownfield land for homes so we can protect our green spaces from Tory planning reforms and housing targets. There was nothing in the speech about levelling the playing field between the high street and online retail that has done so well out of the pandemic. Our towns will never be what they were in the pre-internet age, but I think that the last year has shown us that there's real value in getting out, mixing with people, and doing a bit of shopping before stopping off for some lunch with a friend or catching a film. We don't want to lose that, but the impression from the Chancellor's speech was that it's an afterthought unless you have a Tory MP that they want to protect. Under Labour, Oldham Council is committed to investing in our places, our businesses and our people. We've done that in recent months, not only by ensuring business support grants and support for individuals got to people as quickly as possible, we've also continued our focus on spending council money with local businesses wherever we can, and placed even more emphasis on the impact businesses have on the local community when deciding who wins tenders. With the purchase of spindles and other exciting projects like the Egyptian Room Food Hall, we're in a position to give the Oldham economy a real push as we emerge from lockdown. These investments will also generate income and reduce the council's property costs, releasing more money to protect the frontline services that we provide to our most vulnerable. The future of our towns won't just be retail, and our budget sets us up to create a thriving mix and places that people really want to visit. Young people have been hit as hard as anybody by the pandemic, so this budget has to be about young people's futures across the borough. Our schools and colleges have done a fantastic job in difficult circumstances, and I believe the new structures we've created to enable school leaders to support one another to learn and improve will be crucial to giving every young person in Oldham a good start. Within this budget is a commitment to doubling the number of apprenticeships the council provides, as well as creating 50 new kickstart work opportunities with our partners. Young people are worrying about their futures, and it's important that we lead the way in creating pathways to great careers. Finally, the budget is about building a healthier borough and a stronger community. The impact of health inequalities has never been clearer, so we have to use the resources we have to make Oldham as healthy as it can be. That's already started with projects like Northern Roots, which will be the UK's largest urban farm and eco park, and ongoing work using the Green Homes funds to make houses warmer and more energy efficient. Next steps include refreshing our landlord licensing scheme so that we can be confident that private rented homes are up to standard, and work to bring decisions about health services much closer to home so that areas get the support that is right for them. Working together with residents to solve problems has been a big area of success in the last year. We all want Oldham to be a place where residents feel healthy and supported, where businesses flourish, and where every young person can get a good start. This budget, while challenging, sets the stage for the council to work with our partners, and most importantly, our residents, to make that vision a reality. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call upon Councillor Jabbar to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Each year I've stood at the council budget meeting to make my speech. I have told you that we have never faced such a financial challenge. Well, this year I'm going to say it again. It won't surprise you when I say that COVID-19 has had an impact that none of us could have envisaged when we agreed the last budget on 26th of February 2020. COVID-19 has had financial impact not only this year, but also on 2021-22 budget and medium-term financial strategy. This is on top of a decade of austerity, which has already made this job very difficult. If we consider the numbers, since 2009-10, cumulatively, the council has made budget reduction of £221 million, which is a very significant sum. This year, one of our key challenges has been to propose a council tax for Oldham. We looked for every possible way to freeze the council tax or even reduce it, but we have a statutory responsibility to set a balanced budget. So given the issues that we face, that wasn't possible. The budget that we are considering tonight has been based on a council tax increase of 2.99%, of which 2% is ring-fenced for adult social care. The government in this spending review increased the core spending power for local authorities by £2.2 billion. However, 87% of this figure assumed the local authorities would increase council tax by the maximum allowable without a referendum. Therefore, this Tory government has shifted the tax burden to lower paid, hard-working families in Oldham, which is completely unfair and unacceptable. So We have done our best to minimise the impact of council tax increase here in Oldham. Our increase of 2.99 is the lowest in Greater Manchester, as the leader said. This year, the budget cap has been finalised at 27.6 million, and we are proposing a saving of 8.9 million with reserves and flexible use of capital received to make up the balance. Unfortunately, this has resulted in 97 full-time jobs being lost from the establishment, although we have worked very hard to keep the compulsory redundancy to an absolute minimum. Despite local government stepping up to meet the challenges of COVID-19, the Chancellor yet again missed an opportunity yesterday to provide the sector with the resources and the financial certainty it needs to continue to deliver key services and meet the new challenges as we come out of the pandemic. I'm very disappointed, Madam Deputy Mayor, that there has been no clear progress on any of the key issues that matter to councils. The councillor made no reference to adult social care green paper, the funding formula review, the business rate retention scheme, or devolution of white paper. The impact of government decisions is that the councils across the country have had to make some hard choices when setting their budgets, making cuts and increasing council tax to fund vital services. Despite all these challenges, this Labour administration, as the leader said, is doing everything it can to improve the quality of life of Oldhamers. Our capital programme will invest £341 million over the next 5 years in schemes ranging from schools to green spaces to social care. By investing strategically, we aim to set Oldham on a path to prosperity. I am particularly pleased that our revised capital programme further reaffirms our determination to make Oldham the greenest borough in Greater Manchester. Nationally, there's been a lot of talk about building back better, but we've seen little meaningful commitment. The future is uncertain, but one thing we know for sure is that we need to invest in clean energy, protecting our environment, and making great places to live. Our ambition to make the council carbon neutral by 2025 and the borough by 2030. This will be very tough to achieve. So it's really important that we have green projects like the Northern Route and Mine Water District Heating Network that have potential to make Oldham famous again. In this regard, having looked at the Chancellor's announcement, I welcome the proposed £15 billion in green bonds aimed at helping finance projects to tackle climate change and other environmental challenges. Despite all the challenges, we must remember that Oldham is a great place to live. It has been a really tough year, and of course we're not out of the woods yet, but there's enough in our budget tonight to give us a course of optimism. I would like to end my speech by expressing my thanks to the Council Finance team led by Anne Rhymes and the senior management team who have worked so hard and helped me manage the finances of the Council at this very difficult time. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Before we move to item 4G, could I ask Councillor Fida Hussain to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest arising from ownership or occupation of a property in Oldham, and if you have any separate pecuniary, personal or prejudicial interest, could you also declare that? Thank you, Councillor Hussain.
Do I do that in writing, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry?
Do I do that in writing or do I do it?
Could you do it now, please?
Yes,
all councillors have done that tonight.
Yes, in virtue of having 2 properties in Oldham, yes.
Thank you. Right, we move on to item 4G. Which is the opposition amendment to the programme. I call on Councillor Gloucester to move and Councillor Sykes to second the amendment to the revenue budget as circulated and detailed in the council summons. Councillor Gloucester.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased to propose this Apologies, I'll put my camera on. I'm pleased to propose this year's budget amendment submitted by the Liberal Democrat main opposition group. In opening, it would be remiss of me not to first thank my colleagues for their valuable input and our team of finance officers who have assisted me so ably in drawing up this amendment. They are Mark Stenson, Helen Kearns and Lucinda Stansfield. This year has been exceptionally trying for everyone engaged in local government, as it has for the great British public. In a year when council revenue has been decimated and council expenditure has rocketed, in responding to the worst medical crisis in our borough and our country for 100 years, it is to their great credit and that of the Cabinet Member for Finance and his team of dedicated officers, led by Director of Finance Anne Ryans, that they've managed to once more pull the rabbit from the hat and produce a balanced budget. It's not a task that I would envy anyone. It's all too clear that the Conservative government has failed to fully refund all the costs that we in this borough have had to face in responding to the COVID-19 health emergency. And Oldham has sadly been one of those places worst hit by this terrible disease. The Prime Minister's promise that we are all in this together has not followed through into this government coughing up all the cash. We are this year facing a £27.6 million funding gap, worsening once more by parsimony in this government. The administration is looking to make around £9 million in cuts and increase council tax bills by almost 3%, whilst we're still making up the balance yet again with reserves. Given the harsh reality that in the current financial climate, cuts and the council tax increase are inevitable, that the Liberal Democrats will accept the majority of the administration's proposals, including the 2.99% rise. But I do so with a heavy heart. Many of our residents are really hurting, being either recently unemployed, unable to access any form of grant because of self-employment status, or having to try and survive on low-paid work. It should be said that although the 3% is not the full 4.99% permitted by law without a referendum, that it is a 3% rise on council tax bills that are already the second highest in Greater Manchester and amongst the highest in the UK, in a borough which is one of the poorest in our nation. In a large part, I blame the Conservative government for this, in choosing to constantly cut year by year the level of central government grants, and so placing a bigger burden for funding services year on year on local taxpayers, many of whom are already struggling financially. I am only glad that we've been able to retain our council tax reduction scheme to minimise the burden of our very poorest households, and shame on the government for withdrawing the £150 support for each council taxpayer in hardship. We all know that any town with areas of high deprivation, such as ours, will likely receive less council tax support per citizen from this government, so forcing the poorest citizens to pay higher bills to compensate for this shortfall. It is a disgrace. And I want to turn to our amendment. Despite the financial storm that we are all in, it is the job of the Liberal Democrat group as the main opposition group to come forward with different areas about how to sail the ship. We may not be able to greatly influence the overall direction of travel, but we can at least look to make the journey a little easier for its passengers, our residents. Each year we look to do this by finding new savings and redirecting money found to improving those services that matter most to the public. This may appear small beer, but even small savings can make a significant difference. Our amendment may be modest, but it's meaningful. This year, although we may at last be seeing some light at the end of a year-long very dark COVID-19 tunnel, everything won't return to normal. There's going to be a new normal. Some of our savings reflect the transformation in the delivery of public services brought about by COVID-19. The fact that a significant number of our staff have successfully worked from home during the pandemic and will wish to do so. Not only does this mean less expenditure at the civic centre, and perhaps in the longer term, no civic centre. Home working means savings in expenditure, such budget items as car mileage and stationery, but it may mean significant cost reductions in maintaining, lighting and heating public buildings. Home working eliminates commuting and so aligns with our stated commitment to become a carbon neutral authority in just under 4 years now. Some of our savings are not new, and I make no apology for reintroducing them here. Expenditure on trade union support is too high and out of kilter with neighbouring authorities, and the Essential Car User Allowance Scheme is long past its review date. So I'm glad that again, for a third time, the Performance and Value for Money Committee agreed at my suggestion that it recommends a review. As we begin to walk the long road back to recovery after COVID-19, the Liberal Democrats want to help build our borough back better by redirecting the money we save elsewhere and through partially repurposing the Admin's Capital Programme to make Oldham a better borough, healthier, greener and cleaner. As usual tonight, we present robust alternatives to some elements of this administration's budget that will enhance the quality of life of residents across our borough. 3 new health centres for Shaw and Crompton, Saddleworth and Chadderton, an investment in renewable technologies to make Oldham greener and more efficient, a dedicated fund to maintain and improve pedestrian footpaths, more money for enforcement action against antisocial behaviour, fly tipping and dog fouling, and the introduction of 20-mile-an-hour speed limit schemes to reduce road accidents, deaths and injuries, improve air quality and encourage walking and cycling. My colleague Councillor Sykes is going to say more about the health centres, so I will limit my remarks to commenting that COVID-19 has made the need to ensure that all our citizens have access to an excellent health centre all the more obvious, and that housing developments proposed under the Places for Everyone strategy will mean even greater demands on our health infrastructure. The Liberal Democrats believe strongly that health must come before housing. It's what our residents want. On green investment, I welcome what the administration is doing to achieve our target of making the council carbon neutral by 2025, and proud that it was the Liberal Democrat group which brought the motion to council to declare a climate emergency. But we simply believe more must be done and sooner. 2025 is only 4 years away and it's a big hill to climb, and we need to look at innovative ways to reduce our carbon footprint fast, such as greener buildings and greener transport. Let's turn to our localities. The statements of footpaths in my own ward and across the borough is appalling in places. There is currently no specific budget to replace footways. The Liberal Democrats would create one. Better footways would mean people will leave the homes to walk more. Moving on, speeding traffic is a menace. It deters pedestrians and it deters cyclists. The Liberal Democrats would spend money to curb speeding by implementing 20's plenty. Slower speed limits mean safer roads, less accidents, less pollution, people feeling safer, walking and cycling. It's simple. Another deterrent that stops people going out is encountering dog muck, littering and fly tipping. These eyesores ruin everybody's day and sometimes your shoes. The Liberal Democrats want to spend more enforcement to catch those who do not clean up after themselves and after the dogs, or who needlessly dump rubbish, a curse increased by COVID-19 on lockdown. A cleaner borough would mean more people would get out and about and would be healthier. We also want to restore the grant funding for our 2 parish councils. Parish councils are an essential part of the community. They're a strong local voice and display strong local action. The council leader now tells us that he loves parish councils, so we'd like him to show that love by restoring the cash. This funding, though minimal, will go a long way to assisting parish councils that are basically staffed by unpaid volunteers in making their communities better places. And I'd actually encourage anybody in an area of Oldham that hasn't got a parish council to seriously consider setting one up. So how do we do all this? Well, as time's running out, I've got the budget amendments are with you in relation to how we're going to do it, and they are quite simple. But moving on from there, what I've got to the one thing that I will point out is the comms team. The comms team budget paints the actual business case paints a bleak picture about the future ability of the communications team in our budget amendment. They say no proactive engagement with residents and communities via social and digital media, no videos, less research and public engagement, less overall engagement. Apparently, removing the vacant digital and channel leads posts would create increased pressure on staff. How would that be if it's vacant? Adding advertising would have a detrimental effect. Where is the evidence? Other authorities do this successfully. Let's put it into perspective. It's a budget cut of £250,000, leaving them with just short of £900,000. If they can't run the department on that, then there's a problem. So in conclusion, Madam Mayor, the Liberal Democrats want to make further efficiencies in civic centre bureaucracy to squeeze out more money for our priority and that of the public, more cash to spend on frontline services, tackling things that matter to them, dog fouling, litter, fly tipping, and to repurpose the capital programme to add the health centres. And on that basis, I will commend the amendment to you and ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Sykes to second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm very, very pleased to second this amendment. And I'd like to thank Councillor Gloucester for his work he's done on this. And as he said, I'm going to speak particularly focus on the health aspect of our budget amendment. As we know, and as the leader said, COVID-19 has thrown a new focus on the need for good primary health to minimise impact of disease on our population. Oldham overall has very poor health and has suffered badly. In fact, one of the worst for infection rates and mortality in the country. Why is health poor? Well, it's due to economic and social deprivation. It's due to long-term unemployment, high prevalence of long-term long-term illnesses, low-wage economy, poor housing, overcrowding, poor diet, obesity, smoking, alcohol and drug dependency. None of that's news to any of us in this meeting. COVID-19 has also led to many conditions getting worse. Lockdown means less physical activity, less social interaction, meaning poorer physical and equally as important mental health. And let us remember that we've had a significant number of patients suffering from long COVID as well. Many of these issues will require multi-agency approach and more investment. But one of the most important agencies and that most in need of investment is our primary healthcare service. As the place most people first seek help is through their GP and community nurses and other services based at their local health centres. Liberal Democrats are conscious that whilst our district centres in Failsworth and Royton have had new health surgeries, as have places like Werneth, Gladick and Fittonhill. Other districts serving many thousands of patients, such as Shaw, Crompton, Saddleworth and Chadderton, have not. Here, medical staff carry on valiantly in buildings that are well past their prime and, to be blunt, are no longer fit for purpose. They're simply inadequate for the task ahead. For years now, local ward councillors have been asking for new health centres for their constituents. Year after year, we've been told that these developments are just around the corner. But that corner never comes. Last year, at long last, they made it into the plans. There was light, a very dim light at the end of the tunnel. But this year, those plans have been quietly axed. Well, after the biggest and most tragic pandemic this country has seen in 100 years, the Liberal Democrats say, enough is enough. If we really want to deliver when we talk about building back better, then we need to build back better modern health centres for patients in Shaw, Crompton, Saddleworth and Chadderton, and the staff who serve in them. This is our first priority. Centres that are equipped and staffed to provide a full range of medical and support services in comfortable, safe and modern facilities for the communities that they serve. Nothing less will do. There is an even greater imperative to act now, because the new plan for the 9 district authorities in Greater Manchester places for everyone that will put even more pressure on our existing health services as thousands of new homes are built, many on our green spaces. And the many thousands of these homes will be allocated in sites in my own district, Sean Crompton. Where will these patients go? Well, it won't be our local health centre because the current provision will buckle. Existing residents have often had a long wait to see a doctor or to access a service. Local people know this. I've had countless residents contact me about this, concerned as much about the impact of GMSF and now Places for Everyone on local school places and GP and dentist waiting lists as they are about the destruction of our precious greenbelt in Sean Crompton. And that is why in our budget amendment, the Liberal Democrats want boldly to repurpose, to redirect, if you will, 18 million from the administration's capital programme to make real the 3 new health centres for Sean Crompton, Saddleworth and Chadderton over the next 4 years. They need to be up and running before the thousands of homes arrive in our borough. And that's why we'd want to start with Sean Crompton, because here is the greatest need. It has one of the oldest populations in the borough. Demand, as I have outlined, is only going to rocket. And most important, it's shovel ready. We need health first, then homes. Please support the amendment, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I've had a number of indications for speakers, but before we just move to that, Councillor Feeder Hussain has an additional declaration. Councillor Hussain.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I do apologise. I'm not having a good evening tonight. I wanted to declare a personal interest as a member of the trade union, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. We're now taking speakers on the amendment. I call upon Councillor Murphy.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This evening, I'll be speaking about the Liberal Democrat amendment to the administration budget, in particular, the proposal to create a specific investment fund for the borough's footpaths and bring them up to standard. Just to be clear, when I say footpaths, we're actually talking about those on the public highways, the ones at the side of the road. This has been a proposal of the Liberal Democrats for a number of years. However, there is still no specific fund for footpaths. It's therefore proposed that the Liberal Democrats, that a specific fund of 2.5 million for the period of 2021-22 to 25-26 be available within the capital programme. This would equate to 500,000 per financial year over this period. Projects such as this contribute to the regeneration of the borough and allow us to build back better in a post-COVID-19 environment, giving local people a sense of pride in their surroundings. Getting the basics right is key. The proposal links with the 2020 revenue investment proposal, ensuring footpaths are well maintained and slowing traffic down will keep the most vulnerable members of our society safe while they're out and about. It's a drop in the ocean, granted, but we've got to start somewhere. I'm sure the Labour administration will say it's a pipe dream, something that they can or won't support, basically any excuse not to support a Lib Dem good idea. Labour will say our savings simply don't add up. The Liberal Democrats would say that the amendments presented in the proposal have been fully costed. Page 874, section 7.1, to quote the Director of Finance, I confirm in my role as responsible officer under section 151 of the Local Government Act 1992 that the budget amendments presented are robust and deliverable. In other words, our sums do add up, or rather Oldham Council's officers' sums add up. The issue here, Labour will choose to ignore them. I can ask the administration will support the amendment, which contains sensible options, but I know that they won't. But I do look forward to seeing them in future years, as Labour often does. Dismisses Lib Dem suggestions and incorporates it later, bagged as a fresh Labour idea. Year on year, Labour's rhetoric will say we only present amendments to use in our focused political newsletters. Absolutely we will. we base our campaigning on what residents want. So this attack, which Labour come out with year on year, is attack on the residents we represent. To be fair, at least Labour and the Liberal Democrats have presented something, unlike the Conservatives, who yet again have brought nothing to the table. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I call on Councillor Akhtar.
Thank you, Madam Mayoress. I would like to speak to the budget in front of us. The budget amendment from the Lib Dems is 0.005% of the revenue budget for 2021 and 22. This means that the opposition agrees to the 99.995 of the budget. So therefore, I'm not going to take up my time speaking on the 0.005% of the budget, but to make a general statement of the current effects of the cuts in front of us. Madam Mayor, Oldham is a resilient place. Our residents have over the last 10 years adapted well to the ravaging attack after attack from this nasty Tory party. This government has demonstrated time and again that it neither understands nor cares about places like Oldham. But every time services are cut or benefits are reduced too far below what it is possible to live on, our residents respond. I'm proud of the strength they show and the community spirit that we have across our borough, but there is a limit to this resilience. Sadly, the last year has been extremely difficult for the majority of our residents. If you are fortunate enough to have a secure job, and particularly if you can work from home, the scale of the challenge may not be immediately visible, but the huge increase in people needing to use our food banks speaks for itself. We know people don't want things to be like this. This response to Marcus Rashford's campaign nationally, when the Conservatives decided to let poor children go hungry, made it loud and clear. It is a disgrace that at a time like this, when so many are struggling, councils across the country are having to do what we must tonight, cutting back vital services even further, stretching the safety net even thinner, weakening our community even more. The Chancellor's budget speech yesterday made it clear that when it comes to a local government and supporting local services, this Tory party hasn't changed and never will. Another £4 billion was taken out of day-to-day public spending and councils told to raise council tax year after year. I'd like to finally, Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank Councillor Jabbar and his team for their work to minimise the pain of this budget and for managing to still include plenty of reasons for all the residents to be optimistic for the future. I'd also like to thank all the residents who have gone above and beyond to help each other over the last year and will continue to do so. It's clear that help won't be coming from Westminster anytime soon, but I believe there is enough fight left in Oldham that we will battle through this together regardless. Thank you, Madam Mayoress.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. I call on Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If COVID-19 has taught us anything, it's taught us how important good health is to our enjoyment and quality of life, and that without it, we have neither. And I am more than ever grateful to be here during this terrible time. My colleague, Councillor Howard Sykes, has spoken tonight about why it is so vital we secure a new health centre for Shaw and Crompton. I would like to say, in support of a new health centre, that when we are facing a pandemic, it has become apparent that there is health inequalities across the borough. But particularly Shaw and Crompton have given us a bit of a raw deal where a health centre is concerned. Despite work done to make the building watertight and now COVID-19 compliant, we have not been able to offer the same quality of services or quantity of services for those residents needing them. Even before this pandemic, many of our services have gone to other areas of the borough, and this cannot be right. With many new homes being built in the centre of Shaw as well as in other parts of Crompton, we are going to need a bigger health centre, especially if we want people to walk or use public transport rather than using their vehicles. I know people want to register at their local GP services. It is convenient and easy. I now want to briefly look at two other areas of investment in the Liberal Democrat budget amendment that would improve our public health. Firstly, our proposal to create a new 2.5 million dedicated fund over 5 years to maintain and improve our footways. And secondly, our proposed investment of 200,000 in the next year to introduce new 20-mile-an-hour zones in our residential areas. I'm sure that it's blindly obvious to most people that if you reduce vehicle speeds, you will also reduce the number of accidents which happen on our roads and the impact of those accidents on cyclists and pedestrians. Research from the University of St Andrews, published only last month, found that the introduction of 20-mile-an-hour zones in Edinburgh reduced accidents by 1/3 over 2 years. I want to reiterate what we said at the council meeting in November when we again proposed a default 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on our minor roads. You are at least 5 times less likely to die if hit at 20 miles an hour than 30, or 10 times if you're over 60. And there are also 20% less injuries on 20-mile-an-hour roads. So less road accidents, less road deaths, less road injuries. But better footways and a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit leads to better health in other ways. Better footpaths mean people are more likely to want to use them and less likely to be injured whilst they are using them. Slower vehicle speeds mean less exhaust emission and better air quality. Slower vehicle speeds mean roads are safer for cyclists and walkers to share. So more people venture out and cycling and walking increases. Safer footways and safer roads, less air pollution and more exercise. It all adds up to better public health. I commend this amendment to members and ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I call on Councillor Hartness.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Actos didn't seem to want to waste his time on our amendment, which is a shame because, you know, obviously our priorities of health, of tackling climate change, tackling environmental crimes and highway safety, I think are very important issues which the residents do want the council to lead on. So I do rise to support the Liberal Democrat amendment, which seeks to align investments to reflect the concerns residents have. Residents in Saddleworth, like other areas, have raised concerns about road safety.
Point of order.
Councillor Actor.
I never used the word waste of time in my speech.
Right, okay, but you didn't speak on the amendment, and you chose. The point you made on that is that, but you said I'm not interested. You pretty much said that anyway. I'm going to carry on with my speech. Residents in Saddleworth, like other areas, have raised concerns about road safety, and we have previously pushed for action around tractors, HGVs, and speeding. My motion in 2019 was taken to the overview and scrutiny, and a working group explored the actions around speeding, but limited progress had been made. The motion in November 2020, entitled 2020 for 2020, was not supported by the Conservatives, but was passed by the Council. Previously, there was not support for 20-mile-an-hour restrictions, but now it shows that there is a desire to tackle speeding. One of the obstacles was around funding schemes and enforcement, which is dealt with by this amendment by providing funding. We have seen a number of temporary 20-mile-an-hour restrictions being introduced to help protect residents who need to step off the narrow pavements to maintain social distancing due to the coronavirus. We should keep these, and we should make sure we have more of them. Instances of littering, fly tipping and dog fouling are of concern to residents. A recent media report stated 2,000 instances of fly tipping last year in the borough. The amendment seeks to invest funds to tackle environmental crimes. Finally, I want to echo comments already made around the proposals to build new health centres. I'm pleased that last year that they were being considered, and there were some positive comments made when I've raised questions in the council chamber around trying to get a health centre for Saddleworth in the past. However, When I questioned this at the PVFM meeting, they've been removed from the scheme, which is disappointing. So recent months have brought home to us all how precious the lives and health of our family and friends was. This is why building new health centres needs to be back on the agenda. Finally, I would like also support to support the proposals for a dedicated fund to address repairing footwares. Whilst they have funds for the roads, the footwares are getting very neglected, and this amendment works to improve the situation. Please support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hartness. I call on Councillor Al Hamdani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'd like to speak to support the amendment, and I'd like to go back to part of what Councillor Fielding said as he moved to the budget, where he talks about the difficulties in finding areas to cut, to work on within the budget. It is extremely difficult, and I would echo his words about the difficulties facing every local council in dealing with the funding situation. Council tax is an unfair tax. It does not work, and it is no way to provide the statutory services that this council needs to deliver for its residents. Moving on to the specifics of the amendment, the 2020 I'll quickly just reference. It frustrates me that we're having to bring forward amendments on like this, because the government a year ago promised to introduce 20-mile-an-hour speed limits as standard across the country. It signed an international agreement through the UN to do so. It's just not done it. The Welsh Government has introduced it off the back of that. It's in the process of going through the Senate. And I have a grudging admiration for the Welsh Government. It shows what happens when you get Liberal Democrats in power, although I'll grudgingly admit Labour has something to do with it as well. That is a really important scheme that we have to pursue and pursue well, and I'm really pleased to see it in this amendment. What I'm less pleased to see in the amendment is car allowances, because this is something that's appeared, as Councillor Gloucester referred to, something that's appeared in our amendment for the last few years. And each time it's got support. You know, it's been identified as something that should be done, and then it's not happened. And so it comes back round again. And I actually made this comment last year, that the year before it had come through, it had been supported, everyone agreed it was a good idea, and then it didn't happen. And I find it intensely frustrating that that good ideas aren't happening. So I would like to see that this idea is one that does happen. You know, yes, there have been difficult circumstances in the last year, incredible circumstances that have put so many things on hold. But this is a simple thing that can be easily done, that means that we are not paying money for people to do nothing, because that's what it currently does. So I would like to support the amendment as a whole, specifically with reference to that. Please, can we make this happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Al-Hamdani. I call on Councillor Leach. You're on mute.
Yes, sorry. I echo Councillor Akhtar's proposal about our discussion of this budget. There are such minor amendments being proposed by the Lib Dems that the basic issue for us is to discuss the budget that they have essentially endorsed with minor changes. So let's talk about the fundamentals behind our proposed budget this evening. The main issue is the fact that the
point of order, Madam Mayor.
Sorry?
Yeah, point of order, please. We're talking about the amendment to the budget, not the main budget. So if we can ask speakers to refrain from speaking other than on the amendment, please, that would be most helpful.
Madam Mayor, can I just come in here, please? Councillor Gloucester is quite wrong on this. The reason is because in his amendment, he's completely accepted everything the administration has put forward, and therefore Councillor Leach is completely in her right to able to speak on this matter as she's proposing to do. And I'll be very grateful if you could please clarify your instruction on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Leach, carry on with your speech, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The basic issue concerns us, of course, is the Chancellor's approach to setting his budget and the short-term perspective that's embodied in it. The budget is about, as he has described it, it's about protecting jobs and incomes. But the jobs and incomes provide government revenue to provide public services. And those public services were little spoken of in the budget. We know what the impact is going to be on Oldham, and we know what the impact is going to be on the budget that we have to pass this evening. Oldham is one of the areas that has been most badly hit by COVID. And it has especially affected our young people. I have some particular interest, of course, in the very youngest of young children. Nothing is said about the impact on babies, on infants, and the services that we should be providing to make sure that they have the best start in life. Poverty and the social causes of ill health, which have been highlighted by Professor Marmot's excellent analysis, have clearly shown communities such as those in Oldham are the most badly affected. Children who start with a disadvantaged start in life are more likely to be poor in their adulthood and have their own families in poverty afterwards. We have to start early, and that means paying a lot more attention to the way in which we are providing services for the very young and their families. And we have so few resources in order to do that properly. Provision of early years services is essentially privatized. Private providers provide these services. Why can't we bring those back into in the public realm? We have so little opportunity to do that in these current circumstances, but we have to have a much longer term perspective on what we would like to have for Oldham's young people, starting with the very youngest. And I hope that in future budgets we can we'll be able to pay more attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Councillor Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm happy to speak on our amendment, and my part would happy to speak on reversing the parish council grant funding. I want to convey again our calls to reverse in the £15,000 reduction on the parish council's grant funding. The administration has taken away vital funding from both our parishes who work at the most local level of governance. It is only due to rolling back in this funding that the reason as to why both of the parishes have basically been forced to increase their precepts. I'm aware that the government has cut the revenue support grant, and perhaps the Tory backbenchers should argue for its reinstatement from their Westminster colleagues. If they believe in high quality public service, then they too would be echoing my call to reverse the cut of the grant. Since December and January, the public interest in parish and town councils has only increased how they function, support the community and work in partnership with local residents and groups, thanks to a certain Miss Jackie Weaver. Our parish councils are a cornerstone of local democracy, and we want to ensure that they are properly funded without having to tax their residents further. We, the Liberal Democrats, believe in grassroots politics, looking after our community voice and truly devolving power and money bottom up. Labour, unfortunately, don't, as this clearly is showing the intent of wanting to further centralise things. Not very cooperative or Team Oldham thinking, is it? But I'm sure, you know, you'll look at this in full. But thank you anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Hamblett. Councillor Jabbar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just want to speak to the amendment. First of all, can I thank the Lib Dem and in particular Councillor Chris Gloucester for presenting an alternative budget and also accepting all of our budget proposals, including the increase in council tax. I think that just shows that there is no room for manoeuvre at all. So I really do appreciate that, Chris, your support on that. There's a few points that I would like to make, Madam Deputy Mayor. Firstly, that he says he's accepted the council tax increase with a heavy heart. Well, as I said in my speech, and also the leaders explained, that we sought to actually freeze the council tax. The Labour Party nationally ran a campaign to get the government to pay the council tax increases nationally. We were failed in that. And then ultimately we had no option but to increase propose the increase of 2.99. That's the reality, Chair, that we spent a lot of time trying to find a way of not increasing the council tax for the very reason that everybody in this meeting has mentioned. Secondly, if I can come on to talk about the council's communication team. Chair, we're going through a massive pandemic, and our communication teams is doing a brilliant job in actually engaging people at different level, different sector with different messages, and their role now is so crucial. So I'm really surprised that the Lib Dem is suggesting a cut in that. The third point I wanted to make was about the climate change and the green. Look, I'm very grateful for the support that you give in this area. I'm really grateful. But you know that in the budget, we have sought to put money in it. And, you know, with the green button that's been announced by the Chancellor, if there is any money in our direction, we will use that. And we will work with you to tackle this area. And we very much appreciate that. The issue about the footpaths and the money for it. Well, the reason why we can't do it is because government repeatedly has cut the money for highways. So the latest allocation that we got, there's been a 26.3% cut in the highway budget, including the cut in the pothole budget. So it's not that we don't want to do it. Of course we want to do it, but we just simply haven't been given the opportunity to invest because of the cuts that we're getting. And as for Dave Murphy, I really do take exception to what you say about, you know, the way we dealt with this budget, and especially trying to hide behind our council officers by referring to them in your speech. Well, I'm reading the page that you're referring to, Dave. On page 874, Madam Deputy Mayor, point 72, when it talks about the suitability of the opposition amendment. I'll read it out to you. As it is an alternative set of budget options for the opportunity for testing the risk associated with the proposals are more limited, and it is therefore necessary to afford a level of caution in presenting these alternatives. So don't read out half of the text, read all of it. And what is clearly been the officer saying there is there is a degree of caution needs to be exercised when we're looking at that. Councillor Al-Hamdani, look, the issue about car allowances, yes, it can be looked at, but we're going through a pandemic, right? And, you know, it's not easy to take out national agreed terms and conditions in isolation. I would agree with you that it has been raised previously, and we have set up a project to review that, and we will report back. We will definitely do that. But please don't paint the picture that nothing is being done. That is absolutely not the case. And as far as Councillor Hamlet is concerned, when you say about the parish council, look, this government has taken
30 seconds left.
Taken £221 million of our budget. If the government wants to give parish councils some money and passport to them, I welcome that. I value what parish councils do, and I'd be more than happy to do it. But what we can't do at a time when the council is facing major cuts, right, is not to reduce the funding that other organisations receive from the council. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Can I just remind members that the 30-second extension is already built in. There's no need to request it. Thank you. call on Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. If the pandemic has taught us anything, I think it has proven that we can very quickly change the way that we work. We have had to change the way that our meetings and training has been provided, and I must say on a personal level, the change has actually been quite positive. If anyone had said pre-COVID that all our meetings and training would have to take place online, I'm sure many would have gone against it. However, it has actually worked. It's been well attended and it has been a success on the majority of levels. As we have proven that this can work, we now have proven that it is a cheaper option, and I would challenge anyone to say it will not work. When we are facing such dramatic budget reductions and dipping into reserves has actually become the norm, we have to take every opportunity we have to reduce our costs, and this looks to me like an area we can change without causing too much devastation. Just bear with me 1 second. I just also wanted to speak about union money. I do find it regrettable that this council appears to fund the unions far in excess of other local authorities. I am the first to recognise the value of unions, having worked in the public sector for the whole of my career. However, like everyone else, times are hard and the value of unions does need to be questioned. The cost to support unions just cannot be justified at their current level. Unions need to demonstrate that they recognise these issues, particularly those who the council supports financially. And as the leader says, cut their cloth accordingly and not expect unchallenged funding from current sources. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to speak against the amendment. And what I would like to say is that our Lib Dem colleagues are being very clever. They're all singing the praise of their investment proposals, which sounds very good. And it will probably look even better in the Focus newsletter. But they're speaking very little on the savings that they're proposing. Now, Chris Gloucester, he said, no, the savings are very simple, so you can read them in the paper. Trouble, Chris, is they're too simple. And you know they were discussed very thoroughly at the recent Performance and Value for Money Committee meeting, and none of the proposals stood up the test of reasonableness, robustness, or practicality. I know Councillor Murphy has referred to Director's statement that they are robust, but as Councillor Jawara said, no, read the next sentence, please, the risk attached to these proposals. I'll just pick on one or two proposals and demonstrate how illogical these are. Our training budget comes in for a cut of £150,000, and the logic given is because the administration has restored the budget to 2018 level, they think it's okay to cut it. Now that doesn't make sense, not in a rapidly changing world when we have workforce, as the leader said, they're doing different jobs. People are now having to move to different jobs very quickly. We're living in a world which is so much uncertainty, and who knows what the world will be once COVID is over, and I hope it's over very quickly. What kind of jobs will they be doing? So training budget, just because administration is restoring it, doesn't mean you can propose to cut it. The other one is the vacancy management, where the figure of £473,000 appears to have been arbitrarily picked up without realizing impact it will have on a service delivery when you're dealing with the difficult circumstances that our staff are dealing at the moment. We have huge amount of capital projects. Just take Northern Routes. No, we haven't got all the expertise in house, so you need to bring in consultants to deliver those huge projects. If we accept these proposals, all those projects could be put on jeopardy. Councillor Hamdani said about car allowances. I really wish our Lib Dem colleagues speak to each other, because this was explained at the PVFM committee. The officers were there and they explained that work has been delayed because of the COVID taking over everything else. Soon as they get a chance, they are going to come back and revisit it, and report will be brought to the members. Danger is, Madam Deputy Mayor, if you accept these proposals, it would mean you'll have less staff than you are at the moment. They'll be less skilled than they are at the moment. They'll be less trained than they're at the moment, and they'll be asked to produce more and sometimes different work than they do at the moment. That is not to run a good authority. Madam Deputy Mayor, this just does not add up. Councillor Murphy said, I'll paraphrase his words, that it is a pipe dream, Councillor Murphy. I think while at best these proposals can be termed as pipe dream, compare that with administration's priorities, which are correctly computed and properly funded. I agree with Councillor Shoaib Akhtar. I think it's a pity a lot of time is being taken on an amendment which is going to fail because it's not robust enough, and it's a whole futile exercise. Instead, we should be discussing the real issues which are staring us in the face today, like the budget which was announced by the Chancellor yesterday, and notable for things that he did not mention, like the funding for NHS, funding for social care, funding for inequalities, funding for levelling up, as the Prime Minister called it. Madam Mayor, I oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Shuttleworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to follow Councillor Ahmed on this and speak against the amendment, and I would also like to raise 3 points in terms of what the Liberals have termed as their reductions, which will go towards the expenditure they're looking for. On page 870 on paragraph 4.5, they tried to convince us that there is a way of saving money on stationery. And let me actually quote what they say, that stationery could be centralised in specific locations across the borough, i.e. the civic centre. Now, exactly how you centralise something, yet you spread it all over the place, baffles me. Perhaps Councillor Gloucester could actually explain where it will centralise the stationery that we're talking about. Now, if we're going to centralise something like this, presumably we're actually going to appoint somebody to collate the orders, to place the orders, to receive them, and from there they've got to be distributed. Well, who's going to do it? Where's it going to be stored? Do we have a spare room where stationery can be taken care of, and just how is it going to be dealt with? And surely what this would actually mean is not that we would save money, but we would actually have to engage somebody to do the work. So overall, there would actually be a cost. In 4.6 and 4.7, the Liberals are talking about refreshments. Now, this was actually changed back in 2011. I remember it well. It was my first year on the council. And the first thing that was done was that my cup of tea was taken away from me. Or was it? Because what the Liberals say is it's okay if it is appropriate. Now, what is appropriate? They did say several meetings will take place every day across the council that incur costs if refreshments are also provided. Well, if that's what they know, then perhaps they can highlight how many meetings have taken place, whether refreshments were provided, and if, in their words, it was actually appropriate for refreshments to be provided. And the Liberals shouldn't, of course, forget that as councillors, all you've got to do is walk down the corridor from where you are and you'll get refreshments. Is that appropriate? No mention of it. And in my final comment, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like to make reference to 4.17 and about the trade unions. And if we can just quote Councillor Hazel Gloucester, she makes reference to regrettable about the funding to unions, and she questions the value of unions. So let me deal with what they say, and let's talk about the quote that is there. It says, a consistent reduction in trade union membership as evidenced by decreasing numbers of staff opting to pay membership through payroll. This does nothing of the sort. All that payroll does is indicate the number of members that pay from salary. It does not suggest or even remotely indicate how many union members pay by direct debit, as more unions now encourage their members to pay by that method. Earlier today, I invited my colleagues to state how they pay their union membership. And of course, it's only the Labour Party within the chamber that have union members. So perhaps the Liberals may learn something when I tell them that on the replies that I've received, 22 Labour members pay their union subscriptions
Point of order,
by
Madam
direct
Mayor,
debit.
that's actually incorrect.
Councillor
Councillor Harkness did declare he was a member of a union. So you're factually incorrect and withdraw the statement, please.
With the okay, I will correct myself. With the exception of Councillor Harkness, no other Liberal members are union have declared an interest in union. So my apologies to Councillor Harkness. So 22 Labour Party members pay their union subscriptions by direct debit, and 5 pay by salary. So if you look at those figures,
left.
You can see it's quite clear. Now, don't let's forget that during this 10 years of austerity, of which the Liberals were part of it, the unions have worked hand in glove to a great extent with senior officials to make sure that the council runs smoothly. And over the last 12 months, they've had to do likewise during this pandemic. So don't let's fool ourselves and look to cut the staff representation. In fact, what we should be doing is thanking those representatives for making sure that the council continues to run smoothly. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shuttleworth. Call on Councillor Chohan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to correct some factual inaccuracies in opposition's budget proposal. Obviously, who would say that I don't want to reduce the health deprivation or health inequalities? I mean, personally, to me, to this administration, that matters a lot. That's what we've been doing for a number of years, fighting against the health inequalities on each and every level. But can I just correct that factors which really influence your health deprivation or health inequalities are your region, your employment. Your employment does not get better and your income doesn't improve by reducing your training budget. It gets better actually if you invest more in training and make people more employable so they can get better jobs and they can improve their employment status. But also this council, this administration has history of actually coming up with innovation and improving dealing with health inequalities. We are thought to be the world's first one to vaccinate against homeless people. We've been praised from Washington to France for how we tackle vaccine health inequalities. We are probably the first one in the country where we went and knocked on the doors, booking people vaccines appointments and then bringing them into pop-up clinics. We are one of the first one in the country who actually designed our own Oldham health check, which tackles with mental health and which tackles with diabetes. So got example after example of how we want to tackle the health inequalities by creating jobs, by giving the better start to our children, by bringing the services closer to home, by aligning our PCNs and our districts to our neighborhoods. So I have no doubt that I'm sure my colleagues in opposition want to deal with health inequalities, and of course, please come and join our hands. But what I don't want to do is to fool public of Oldham saying by building glossy buildings, which is actually not within the scope of Oldham Council anyway. And I'm sure my colleagues know that very, very well. This is NHS remit. Actually, it's not Oldham Council's remit to build the glossy buildings. And I will actually take a moral stance on that. When 1 in 3 kids in Oldham are going school empty stomach, how do I justify building glassy buildings, even if I could? I know as an Oldham council we can't. I have no doubt that my colleagues in opposition want to deal with health deprivation, health inequalities. They want to build better health infrastructure, and of course we support that. And of course, we will lobby for that. And of course, when the time comes, we will do the best possible. But at the moment, our priorities are different. Priorities are get people vaccinated. Let's not play politics on health deprivation. Let's be honest to our residents and say, what are our matters? Let's come out like my colleagues been coming out and improving access to vaccination, which, by the way, you can't do it by cutting the budget of communication team, who've been tirelessly working day in and day out on Fridays and Saturdays and Sunday, knocking with me on the doors, trying to get people out to vaccinate. So please, let's not do the party politics, cheap politics on health at least. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry, it was me, wasn't it? It was on mute, not you. Yeah, carry on, Councillor Curley. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's just a quick observation, really. I mean, I note what has been said and what has been said about the amendment. And it was just a quick observation that I made that while my observation here will add up to a small amount, I think it's important to show the people of Oldham that, yes, we are all in this together, and yes, we are prepared to make cuts to ourselves. I'm just thinking we have an awful lot of deputy cabinet positions for which we pay people extra over and above the allowances that we get. Cabinet members do an awful lot of work. Deputy cabinet members, really, £59,856. I know we're reorganising the districts, but at the moment we have district chairs who are being paid quite a lot, again in over and above the allowances that they get, to the tune of 43,100. And here's another one for you. Just think about this, guys. It's just a suggestion. Take it or leave it. But I'm just thinking about the optics, and I'm just thinking about how it looks to the people of Oldham. And it would be, you know, a gesture from us all. What about reducing our own allowances, our own basic allowance by 10%? What about that? It's just a suggestion. Take it if you want, or leave it. Only adds up to 59,820, I know. But the people of Oldham would appreciate it. I mean, what I've said only comes up to 162.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. The councillor isn't speaking on the amendment. He's plucking out proposals out of thin air. And while he's going on about reducing allowances, perhaps he might want to take a voluntary one of his own. But I would ask the member to please speak on the amendment and not just come out with pipe dreams. Some of us work very hard to put an amendment together. It's then scrutinised, and you know, we have a go at doing the right thing, whether we agree with it or not. However, the member is just chucking things into the air.
Yeah, I uphold that. We are debating the amendment at the moment, so please reserve comments or keep comments to comments on the amended budget. It isn't the occasion for making fresh suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I will take that. And Councillor Murphy, do you want to join me? But I take your point, Madam Deputy Mayor. I was just adding to the amendment and saying that, you know, while we're looking at maybe small amounts, yeah, okay, I take your point, Madam Deputy Mayor. My apologies.
Yeah, the other groups do have the opportunity to put their own amendments before the meeting. Okay. Thank you. I call upon Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I will get to the amendment in a few minutes. The last 12 months have been dreadful for us all, and in many ways it is not going to get any better. But many of our staff have gone above and beyond, and we are proud of every one of them. But I am concerned that we're not going to have the skills that we need to deal with the problems that we are left with yet more cuts on the horizon. The government had no strategy for getting us through this pandemic, and definitely not one for leading us out of it. But if we look at our departments, we've got people who have been allowed out, who have gone door to door. They've worked on helplines. They've picked up complex cases that have come through our helplines. They've helped with the food bank and many more. Our public health teams have been available for help and advice seemingly 24 hours a day, and sometimes have looked exhausted, and now they've got no budget to work with next year. But my comments to the Lib Dems: many of our staff and residents have struggled to work from home, whilst at the same time trying to educate their children, fighting for Wi-Fi time. To many, working from home is costly. It's extra heating and having to make sure they've got enough internet access and many other things. Some are embarrassed at people seeing their homes on camera. Some don't have a laptop or an appropriate seat to sit on, and others are unable to find a quiet place to work from. And also the isolation. It's having a very negative effect, with the rise in domestic violence and injuries to children, as well as depression. I would say working from home can seriously damage your health. So please, let's not just decide that home working is brilliant for everyone. It's not.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Call on Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I wish to speak on the budget, not the amendment. Is that allowed?
No. Can you put your name down, write in the chat that you'd like to speak on the budget? This is just for debating the opposition amendments at the moment. Thank you,
Madam Deputy.
You will have an opportunity.
Thank you.
I call Councillor Hume now.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I'm glad the Lib Dems are supporting our work on the Green New Deal. And regarding the proposals around the green transport, it is something that the government should really be doing as part of a national strategy. But as we all know, then, well, as we've learned, they're not really serious when it comes to carbon neutrality. It's really disappointing that they aren't supporting us properly in Oldham when it comes to the clean air zone work. There just isn't there. It's a legal requirement that they're just simply not putting the funding into support. And I really think that in terms of this, their proposals, it's something that we do need to bake in the green agenda into everything we do, rather than these kind of one-off pots of money as proposed. And I really think that one of the things we should be doing is putting the onus onto developers. So when it comes to local plans, we should be, with the upcoming local plan, we should, or one that's currently in the works, we should be required that development, they should be developers should be supplying those when it comes to both homes and commercial properties. And also, I think it is something that I've raised on the planning committee before, where when proposals have come forward, there is something we can do to try and push it forward there as well. And actually, to be honest, nationally, this is what the government should have been concentrating on when they were doing their planning changes, rather than trying to take local voices away with their 10-year plans. And no planning applications. I'd also like to draw attention to our outstanding work when it's come to delivering on green homes in Oldham. The Green Homes Grant work has been absolutely fantastic, and I think that it's really important that that's recognised, as well as the incredible work that in Oldham Town Centre that Councillor Jabbar has talked about. Our team's doing amazing. So that's the heat network, which is a really fantastic opportunity that we really need the government support behind, and that would do the kind of thing that the Lib Dems are talking about. We're already working on it. So I kind of think, so yeah, I think the really sustainable way of getting out of the fixing the climate crisis is for the government to properly fund us in our endeavours in Oldham. And regarding, because one-off pots of money isn't a sustainable way to do this, and regarding the cuts proposed by the Lib Dems, it's really disappointing to see the cuts proposed to the trade union budget. and the way that it was referred to. I mean, not only is it clear the kind of incredible work that trade unions do on a day-to-day basis, the work that during the pandemic, they've been vital. And I'd like to take an opportunity to praise the work of my own trade union, the GMB, during the pandemic, where they have done fantastic work here in Oldham, helping support our PPE hub and stepping up when the government stepped back during the chronic shortages at the beginning of the year. And when it comes to workers' rights as well, we can see that under threat. Kwasi Kwarteng has made that very clear. And I'd urge anyone watching, if they're not already a member, and all of our members of all parties, to join a trade union today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, I've lost my piece of paper. Councillor Hugh, don't recognise you with your new hairstyle. I call on Councillor Mushtaq.
Thanks, Chair. I hadn't planned to speak on this, to be honest, but the more I hear the Lib Dems and the Tories speak, I've just been slowly, my frustrations have been building up. And I think it's important we do take into account amendments and alternative budgets and consider them. I think that's only right and proper, which is what was done, as Councillor Ahmed highlighted at PVFM. But I think that some of the contributions suggest to me that the Liberal Democrats haven't really understood the impacts of what's happened over the past 12 months, and they've basically just done what they do every year. Followed a procedure, ticked some boxes, produced an amendment for the sake of it. And I'll give you specific examples. So the comments and the amendments on health and the response from Councillor Chauhan, which was a very detailed and a very well-informed response. Again, on the communications team proposals, the importance of comms in a place like Oldham, where we might struggle with things like engagement, things like vaccine take-up. I did some comms yesterday around the return to school. So again, I don't think they fully understand the role. I think they just see it as something that they can just say, oh, look, here's some money we can save. So there doesn't appear to have been much thought applied. And again, with the unions, I've met with education unions, I've met with teachers, and we've seen nationally the impact that unions have had on government policy, on government thinking, the impact on U-turns. So that collective voice for the very people that we are constantly clapping for, that we are constantly talking about on the front line, delivering a lot of these services. So, I'm not having a pop for the sake of it, but I'm genuinely disheartened that they've failed to actually think about and put some genuine thought and process into this, into some of the things said tonight as well. There was also a comment by one of the Lib Dems about how it'd be different if they were in power. But they were in power 10 years ago, and that's what propped up the Tories and started the austerity, which has contributed to the huge disparity of disadvantage increasing as a result of COVID. So they've been in that position. And finally, on Councillor Curley's comments, the cynic in me would say that the purpose of those comments is that we're fast approaching an election and that it may appear on a leaflet somewhere. If that was to happen, I'd like to think that would be caveated with the fact that they failed to produce an alternative budget and an amendment to the budget proposed. So I just feel that, well, to be honest, I think the public watching this, listening to this, can see the difference in the quality of responses from the Labour members, the fact that they've thought about it, the fact that the detail is there, the passion is not empty, it's connected to what's actually happening and what needs to be done in the borough. So thank you all members for that, and a plea to Lib Dems in the future, please do give it some thought rather than just falling into a procedural thing that you do every year. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq, and thank you for everybody's contribution on that. Councillor Mushtaq was the last person to indicate in this debate. So, Councillor Fielding, do you wish to reply?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will use some of the time here. Sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you. So firstly, thanks to the Lib Dem group for going to the trouble of producing a budget amendment. Of course, it's been noted tonight that you're the only opposition group that did, apart from the attempt at constructing one live in front of us in this meeting by the other opposition group. I think the difficulty finding additional or alternative proposals is illustrated really well by this amendment. I'm not dismissing the work and effort that the opposition have put into producing this document, Madam Deputy Mayor, but what is on offer is little more than some woolly suggestions about efficiencies that can allegedly be derived from knocking a few quid off the stationery and refreshment budgets, about setting some income targets that there's no evidence can be achieved, and then a bit of a populist election pitch about cutting the communications department, which would make it more difficult to get information out to residents, which has been really important during the pandemic, and targeting investment at the parts of the borough where the Lib Dems remain electorally competitive. Whilst I admire the parish councillors for their public service, I think it's a bit of an overstretch to say that I love parish councils, Councillor Gloucester, but I do admire the public service of parish councils. I cannot support giving more money to parish councils as the leader of an authority whose budget has been cut by 50%, and an authority who still has statutory responsibilities to provide adult and child social care and a range of other services that were required to provide by law. Whilst I do think that every part of the borough deserves a quality health centre like those enjoyed by parts of Oldham that have already benefited from them, and hopefully one day elsewhere will get them, in the current circumstances it'd be irresponsible to depart from the principles of the Creating a Better Place programme, which is about generating revenue savings and growing the economy, to direct money to particular areas of the borough purely for political purposes. As you'd expect, I strongly oppose the reduction in trade union facility time, particularly given that it's been engagement with our trade unions that has helped us to co-design some of our proposals and reduce the number of redundancies compared to how many we originally thought we would have to make. In moving the administration budget, I said that these proposals tonight are as much about building a strong recovery as they are about balancing the books. I therefore strongly object to the proposed reduction in the scale of the capital programme, which would inhibit the borough's recovery, reduce the savings that we can make on property costs, and cut the income we are able to generate through growth. I will not be supporting the amendment this evening, as I will not indulge a populist election pitch which appears divorced from some of the financial realities that we find ourselves in, and also would represent a reduction in the ambition that we need to recover and grow as a borough. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Does Councillor Gloucester wish to reply?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I was just about to jump in with a point of order for Councillor Fielding, but I thought I'd just save it to now in relation to the fact that actually it were his words, I love parish councils, that he said at one of our last live meetings, and I will actually find the the clip for him if he so desires or doesn't believe me. Anyway, I'm going to leave out what Councillor Akhtar and Councillor Leach said, apart from in relation to Councillor Akhtar saying how minuscule, shall we say, our budget amendments are in relation to the whole budget. And believe me, we absolutely accept that. But we do look at the whole budget. I meet with officers every 3 weeks, and we discuss what's happening. And this is the stuff that we come up with. Small savings add up. Our savings add up to £1.2 million. In fairness, and I think Councillor Jabbar would agree with me, those savings actually are equivalent to a 1% council tax rise. So if we weren't to spend it that way, we could quite simply propose that we do those and take away the 0.99% rise that we're having. I've got to commend Councillor Jabbar on actually speaking on the amendment, because me and Abdul do speak out of office, so to speak, and generally we normally are in agreement. But I've got to disagree with Councillor Chohan, because with last year, when things before COVID, we were looking quite clearly at, in the next 5 years, building one health centre, and that got cut out of the budget. So, you know, that wasn't anything to do with the health authority budget. That was to do with our budget. And, you know, we've brought a proposal forward where we see that we can actually build 3 health centres, and those aren't in, shall we say, Liberal Democrat territory, because I'm pretty certain that Chatterton is a Labour ward. So, I've got to challenge on that. Now, Councillor Ahmed, who very eloquently chaired PVFM, has basically come round tonight and said, you know, what we were talking at PVFM was rubbish. But in actual fact, and this is to quote his words, our budget amendment was a grand report, but they just didn't have the money. So I can't quite understand why between then and now he's had a change of mind. I have got to respond to Councillor Shuttleworth in relation to he raised this at PVFM in relation to the you know, the storage and who's going to transport it, this, that, and the other. You know, I did actually make some inquiries afterwards, and all stationery is held by different departments in their own central location. But if you actually look at the budget, Councillor Shuttleworth, you'll see that it's a reduction. So therefore, there'll be less lugging about of paper and what have you, and less storage. So I don't see your point. There's a few people spoke about unions, and I've got to say that, you know, we maintain the same position, and that is we're spending too much money on unions, and we just need to look at Tameside. I'm pretty certain that in Tameside that they have banks there, and people in Tameside pay by direct debit. But Tameside Council contribute less than 50% of what Oldham Council contribute to unions. So there's an inequality there, and there's an inequality that the public of Oldham are paying for. And no matter what you say, it needs to be reviewed. And not only does it need to review, it should have been reviewed earlier on this year, but wasn't. If I just look at the committee, the unions committee that I actually sit on, that in the last 3 years should have sat 14 times. But that committee has only sat 4 times, and that's 2 years pre-COVID. So, you know, are we actually getting value for money from what we're actually paying to unions? I understand what Kath Ball's saying about home working, but home working is going to be a thing in the future. And we're certainly not saying that everybody that works from home now has to remain at home, but some people will find that home working is a lot more suitable to them and to their lifestyle, to their health and well-being, particularly if they have to travel great distances. And, you know, they will be able to operate better from home, and it's something that, you know, we quite reasonably have put forward, and it needs to be looked at. And finally, I'll just mention refreshments. I don't know about you, but most certainly in the last 12 months I've not had a biscuit and I've not had a cup of tea at the Civic Centre, so therefore it seems pretty reasonable that the council can make a saving in relation to room time and in relation to particular meetings where refreshments are made available. So it's just not the greatest issue. You know, I have 3 officers of the council that I work with, and you know, I respect what they have to say, and they work really, really hard with us to bring this budget amendment to council. And in honesty, I think it's a disrespect when people, you know, criticise these budget amendments, because that's what.
30 seconds left.
Oh, right, thank you, Paul. Because that is, you know, what they do, and they are as professional staff as the staff that are putting the administration budget together. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. We'll vote now on the main opposition amendment. This will be a recorded vote. Thank you, Liz.
Councillor Ahmad.
Against.
Councillor Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Alias.
Against.
Councillor Ball.
Against.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
Against.
Councillor Briggs. Councillor Briggs.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Liz. Against.
Councillor Brownridge.
Against.
Councillor Byrne.
Abstain.
Councillor Chatterton.
Against.
Councillor Chowan.
Against.
Councillor Cosgrove.
Against.
Councillor Curley.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dean.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Gary.
Against.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
For.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
For.
Councillor Goodwin.
Against.
Full
Councillor
council.
Hamlet.
Budget pressure. Yeah.
Councillor Hamlet. Councillor Harkness.
For.
Councillor Hewitt.
Against.
Councillor Hoban.
Against.
Councillor Hume.
Against.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Fidar Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Ibrahim.
Against.
Councillor Iqbal.
Against.
Councillor Jabbar.
Against.
Councillor Jakes.
Against.
Councillor Leach.
Against.
Councillor Malik.
Against.
Councillor McLaren.
Against.
Councillor Moores.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Mushtaq.
Against.
Councillor Fithian.
Against.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor Shah.
Against.
Councillor Sheldon.
Abstain.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Against.
Councillor Stretton.
Against.
Councillor Surjan.
Against.
Councillor Sykes.
For.
Councillor
Can I just
Taylor.
check that you recorded Councillor Hamlet's vote, please?
I'll ask Councillor Hamlet again. Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Torr.
Against.
Councillor O'Rayman.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Councillor Williamson.
For.
Councillor Hamlet.
For.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Against. I declare the amendment is lost. So we return to the original substantive motion. Does any member wish to speak on the original substantive motion? I've had indication from 6 members up to now, and I call upon Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, Madam Mayor, like many nights over the last 10 years, we're meeting to set a budget that significantly reduces what we can spend supporting local people. Nobody, Madam Mayor, comes into local politics to make cuts to local services, but due to the continued underfunding of local services by a government completely blind to their importance, we're left with little choice. Over the last year, local government has been in the front line of the COVID response. We've led the public health response on restrictions on testing and in managing local outbreaks. Our teams have administered hundreds of thousands of pounds in business grants. They've offered advice and support to organisations about COVID safety. Our social care staff have worked tirelessly to support and protect the most vulnerable in our town from COVID-19, often putting themselves at risk in the process. And throughout, we've supported the local people who have been affected through our helpline and our community hubs, making sure those who shielded could access shopping and medicine and providing vital aid for those suffering financial hardship. Those staff, Madam Mayor, the ones who the public clap for every Thursday, deserve better than for us to have to make the cuts that affect their jobs. It's heartbreaking and unfair, but also sadly unavoidable. And the residents of Oldham deserve better too. They deserve a local council who has the funds to provide public services and to support them through the financial challenges ahead. Towns like Oldham have been hit harder by COVID and will continue to bear the financial burden long after others have returned to near normality. Unemployment in the borough has doubled in the last year, with younger people, like Councillor Valerie Leach referred to before, that will be hit the hardest. Nearly a quarter of our working age population are currently unemployed, furloughed or in receipt of self-employment grants, up from just 5% last year. The Office for Budget Responsibility predicts that unemployment will continue to rise well into next year. Whilst the Chancellor's budget yesterday provided some temporary relief, and I repeat temporary relief, to those currently struggling either through furlough or through business closures, it provided no comfort that local government would be funded appropriately to support people through this recovery period. Instead, they have announced funds that local areas must apply or bid for, leaving an unacceptable level of uncertainty around local funding. In addition, councils have been asked to heap extra pressure onto local people through council tax increases to help balance the books. As local councillors, we know better than most the scale of the financial impact on the people of our town. We can foresee the growing demand on council services as people continue to struggle. So we do what we can. We balance the books by making cuts in some areas while continuing to plan for the future. Despite the challenges we face, we will continue to invest in the things that will make the most difference to people's lives in the coming years, whether it's jobs and business support, housing, education, our environment and services that improve health. And most importantly, Madam Mayor, by driving equality, creating a town that benefits everyone and continue to protect and support the most vulnerable in our society. So, Madam Mayor, over the coming weeks, we will agree a recovery strategy for the borough that sets out how we'll meet the challenges we face together over the coming year. And it would be really great if we could hear from local people to help us build this recovery strategy, for them to tell us about what they want and need. And it'd be really great if over the next couple of weeks they could visit our website to find out how they can help us shape the plan for Oldham's recovery, ensuring that we do definitely build back better. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I call on Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Shire. I call on Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I can see you for the first time this evening. You've popped up on my screen. Oh. I make no apology in returning to the topic of homes and homelessness in speaking in support of Labour's budget proposals. We are facing a worsening housing crisis in Oldham and across the country despite our best efforts. I, and I'm sure many of you do as well, received increasingly desperate emails and inquiries from residents who live in overcrowded, poor standard homes or who have no home at all. I am shocked and appalled by the failure of the Conservative government to address the need for social housing or to provide effective protection for private renters in yesterday's budget. The government did put in place an evictions ban, although despite this, it is estimated over 70,000 private rented sector tenants were evicted last year, early in the pandemic, and have extended it several times. The latest version of this ban is no ban at all and shows that yet again Tories do not keep their promises. Instead of meeting their manifesto commitment to abolish no-fault Section 21 evictions, the Tories now allow landlords to include coronavirus rent arrears in applications to evict tenants. The measures in yesterday's budget are not what the UK economy needs. Not my verdict, but that of the non-partisan Social Market Foundation, who went on to say, Instead of rolling out more measures that risk inflating house prices further, the Chancellor should have done more for people who rent, too many of whom are in arrears. He should also pay more attention to the hundreds of thousands of existing mortgage holders who have had to use up savings during the crisis and risk repossession if their incomes suddenly fall. Extending the stamp duty holiday and supporting 95% mortgages offers nothing to the thousands of Oldham residents who need a decent home at a rent they can afford. Oldham Labour will continue to work with our housing association and other partners to provide as many affordable homes as possible. This is the scale of our challenge. 5,906 households, many thousands more individual people on our housing register with an assessed housing need. We have 200 households in temporary accommodation, and we are receiving applications to the housing register at between 150 to 200 every week. Homeless applications to the council last week were from 69 households. And we have 24 people who were previously rough sleeping in a bed for every night accommodation. This can only worsen when evictions are restarted and furlough ends, increasing the likelihood of repossessions and people being unable to afford their rent. Oldham Labour will use all the resources at our disposal and outlined in our budget proposals to tackle our task would be easier if there'd been adequate funding provided for social housing to increase the supply that we so desperately need, and decent protection for private sector renters in yesterday's budget. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Call on Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you. Just bear with me a second. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Whilst we discuss our budget this evening and the impact on our residents of the pandemic, the Chancellor, the Prime Minister and the Conservatives up and down the country are celebrating. That's right, Madam Deputy Mayor. They believe they have cause for celebration, and if this were a theatre, Madam Deputy Mayor, then they'd be right. They would have cause for celebration. The Chancellor's performance on stage was exquisite, preceded by a video about the Chancellor, his meteoric rise and his prospects as a future Prime Minister, which highlights my point that this Chancellor and this government have turned the running of this country into one big theatre performance. Whilst the country's food banks burst at the seams, whilst child poverty, since the welfare reforms in 2012, have increased by over 500,000, whilst the 21st century children and families don't have the IT equipment or the infrastructure to learn properly from home, whilst the very people who have been and continue to work on the front line, risking their own lives to save us, and many have died, struggle to make ends meet, this Chancellor, this government and Conservatives have managed to find cause for celebration because of a grand theatre performance on the stage of politics. Whilst he reeled off a list of commitments with pride and grandeur in Shakespearean fashion, he made no mention of the pressure on local councils and the people who reside in boroughs like Oldham. He made no mention of the fact that if we are to continue to deliver the services our residents need, he won't be paying for them to receive those services. He'll be putting that onto the very residents that have been hit hardest through increased council tax. I also have a list for the Chancellor, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's a list of all the things he failed to mention. No mention of addressing adult social care, no mention of addressing poverty, no mention of reimbursing local authorities as promised for COVID-related spend, no mention of addressing child poverty, no mention of addressing the widening disadvantage gap created by over a decade of austerity, no mention of public services who have been at the forefront of delivery, including the successful vaccine rollout, no mention of helping all those frontline workers that he and the Prime Minister stood and clapped for. I could keep going, Madam Deputy Mayor, but I fear I may fall into the trap they've laid, which is to turn this all into a theatre performance. The budget should not simply have been about the pandemic and its effects. It should have acknowledged that the austerity imposed on the people decimated the very foundations required to have any chance of successfully combating the virus. I liken the government's budget to a slowly sinking ship hitting an iceberg, creating a huge hole, and the Chancellor spending billions to repair the hole made by the iceberg, only to return to the initial state of a slowly sinking ship. That's what this budget does, highlighted by the need of local authorities up and down the country to cut their services and increase their council tax to deliver the bare essentials. We must bring down the curtain on this theatre and return to reality, something that will never be achieved under a Conservative government. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. I call on Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. First of all, before I say what has been worrying me in the administration budget, and it's worried me before and I've never broached it, I must say this last 12 months, we've been in COVID, we've all worked together as a council for Oldham, which to me has been wonderful. Nobody's marked me down as a lesser political party. We've just all worked together, and I find that admirable, and I thank all. I won't mention individual names. You know who we are. I've actually thanked you and the National Health and the way we have all come is for the greater good in Oldham. Now, to return to the administration budget, the thing that's always worried me is we go for projects which are ambitious, we hope we will achieve. But over the past few years, we spent a lot of money on projects which have not come to fruition, but we have spent a lot of money. And my concern is that we still must be paying back interest on the borrowings for that. And that is another pot of money if we didn't pay it. I'm not suggesting we don't pay it. I'm suggesting it's something that we have to take out of our pot to pay and get no return on it. And this is why the purchase of the spindles and the success of the spindles, we must all work for that, because that's something that really we don't want to find is another non-achiever. And I'm sorry some of the other things didn't come to fruition. I don't know why, but they've cost us money. And so I on the list of in the administration budget is the spindles, and I do want that to achieve as a council, not as individual parties, because that's where we should be in the future. We shouldn't be stabbing one another. The members of the Conservative Party, I feel, might be rather bashed tonight by the Labour councillors, but it's not us who wants bashing. We work for Oldham as an Oldham council, but this pot of money that we actually, well, we don't spend it, we give it as interest, has always concerned me. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't think I was going to get in that quick. So, yeah, I just want to speak on the amendment. If we go back to the
excuse me, we're on the substantive.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking on. That's what I'm speaking on. I've hardly started speaking yet, Madam Mayor, and I'm pretty sure I know the rules. So, notwithstanding the loss of the opposition amendment.
Point of order.
Point of order, Madam
Yes,
Deputy Mayor.
Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gloucester, you said amendment.
No, right, yeah, that's what I said. So I'll start again, and I hope you're going to start the clock. Notwithstanding the loss of the opposition amendment, the leader hit the nail on the head with his comments in his opening speech for the substantive motion.
I'm sorry, people are not understanding the point.
Right, well, right. I will
You did
start
say
again.
amendment. When you opened, you did say amendment. So
Yeah,
I think
I did. Yeah, that's right. Notwithstanding the loss of the opposition amendments, the leader hit the head on the leader hit the nail on the head with his comments when he opened with regard to the administration motion. So it's the first occasion I've probably been wholeheartedly in agreement with him, and what he proposes is what we all want. My only concern is the cost. We're in the middle of the most severe recession, and who knows what is going to be the outcome. So the question I have to ask is now the right time to borrow such significant sums and invest so significantly, not knowing where we will be in 2 years? Prior to COVID, I highlighted the warnings of three groups, that being the finance team, the independent auditors, and finally, and perhaps the most telling, the peer review team in relation to the continuous use of reserves to prop up the budget. We are now seeing evidence of other authorities who are issuing Section 124 notices, as they are, for want of a better phrase, skint. I put a lot of faith in the council's responsible officer, and I listened to her. If the responsible officer is concerned, if the independent groups are concerned, then I'm concerned. The repurposing of the spindles, or as it was, described to me today, the spendles, proposals in relation to housing renewal, the Tommyfield Market, the Linear Park, and the Eco Park are all going to cost an awful lot of money. And the people that ultimately will have to pay this money are the council taxpayers of Oldham. And my question quite simply is now the right time, particularly as in relation to the budget yesterday and the announcements in relation to the Towns Fund, no announcement was made in the budget with regard to Oldham, which I find highly concerning. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. I call on Councillor Al-Hamdani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I listened earlier as Councillor Chowan spoke on not playing politics and referred to very emotively the case for worrying about children who are going hungry, and therefore we couldn't afford to spend money on health centres as was proposed by us. And I have to say, I can't believe that that's the comparison that you've made when this is a budget which includes capital proposals where over the next 5 years, the council is spending £68.3 million on regenerating the spindles. So you're quibbling about health centres when that's the cost that's going into there? And I don't argue that we need capital investment. We need a recovery in Oldham. We need a strong recovery in Oldham. So it's not a case of challenging the idea of spending on capital, but you can't have it both ways. And that spending is going out to the point where, as Councillor Gloucester has just pointed out, in the budget, there was no announcement about the Towns Fund giving money to Oldham to go towards spending on this. And that is what those plans are predicated on. We're spending that money, but we're assuming that we're getting the support to do it. And we've asked for more money than we know that we are going to get. And if we get it, great. But you're putting forward a budget proposal where we're hoping that we're going to get more money than we know we do. And then you're complaining about spending money towards health centres when that's where the money is going. It baffles me that you can say that. We should be feeding hungry children. We absolutely should. And we shouldn't have to make these choices. And it is an absolute indictment of the government of this country that we are being put into the position where we're even having this conversation. But we need to be spending our money effectively, and we don't need to be hoping that some money turns up from the Towns Fund that we don't know what we're going to get, and that's what props up our budget. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Al-Hamdani. I call upon Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to speak on the administration's budget in support of it. Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm sure members in this meeting are fully aware that a budget, any council that sets a budget, is not a process in isolation. It depends on a lot of external factors, and one of the major factors that it depends on is the central government. And unfortunately, over the last 10 years, year on year, even pre-COVID, Oldham Council has lost more than £200 million in its budget as a direct result of cuts from the central government. Every year, Madam Mayor, we meet and we discuss the implications that it has and the difficulties that we face in terms of providing services, the much needed services to the local residents of Oldham. And unfortunately, our hands are always tied by the continuous cuts by the Tory government that puts in place on towns like Oldham. This year, one would have hoped that as a result of COVID and as a result of promises that the Tory government has made, not only during the COVID period, but also in their manifesto, that they would be helping towns like Oldham. And with that background, Madam Mayor, it was such a disappointment to hear the Chancellor speak on the budget and the very little that he had to offer to towns like Oldham. This budget, Madam Mayor, that the Chancellor presented yesterday is all talk and no substance. It freezes public sector pay and effectively raises tax for working class people. The Tories have heaped insult and injury on the NHS and other frontline heroes of the pandemic by piling additional burdens onto them and others on low and medium incomes. Tory Chancellor Rishi Sunak has announced no plan to give NHS staff and other public sector workers a pay rise, and has put a 5-year freeze on rises to the income thresholds that trigger the 20% and the 40% tax rates. The personal allowance that people can earn before paying any tax will rise to £12,750 in April, but then be frozen for 5 years, forcing an estimated additional million low earners into paying tax on meagre incomes and others on slightly more. But interestingly, Madam Mayor, he did not freeze increases to the top 45% tax threshold. At the same time, Sunak announced a similar freeze on the lifetime pension allowance, a move that medical colleges predict will force many doctors to cut their hours or retire early to avoid tax penalties, at the time when the NHS is short of some 100,000 staff. The GMB union, which represents many NHS and other public sector workers, said that this budget is an insult to the millions of NHS, schools, care, local government workers who have seen us through this crisis. The NHS family will have to do with clapping and badges. The Chancellor is not the NHS's friend. I support this budget under the difficult circumstances. I think it's a balanced budget. It's a visionary budget. It not only deals with the problems that we've got in hand, but it's also visionary in terms of investment for the future and how we can take this town out of this financial crisis. So I fully support this budget, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. I call on Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Briefly, just a couple of things in terms of the substantive motion before us tonight. And I'd like to go back to something that hasn't been mentioned at all, which I think was the leader's announcement right at the start about we're having a local housing company. Hurrah! We tabled a motion to that effect in November 2015. And I read the minutes of the Housing Strategic Board on the 27th of November. Was well aware of the wide range of actions which the council and its partners are undertaking to use land and resources to support a choice of new homes across the borough. In view of this, it was not deemed appropriate to support pursual of a local housing company approach as outlined in the resolution. And here we are, 6 years later, just like Councillor Murphy says, you now think it's a good idea. You've wasted 6 years. We could have cracked on with this and built some much needed homes with people. But, you know, it's like the return of the prodigal son. I welcome it. I think it's a good suggestion, and it's very welcome. I'd just like to make one comment, because I'm not so sure which budget meeting I've been sat in, either the one that was down in Westminster or the one that's down in Oldham Council. There's two things I'd like to say about that put pressure on the council's budget, some of which has been referred to before. The first one is a very clear move of the tax burden from national taxation to local taxation, and that is bad news for places like Oldham. It's bad news because it means poorer people pay more and richer people pay less, and it's as simple as that. And then the second thing that's not been addressed at all, which is for us a ticking time bomb, is the issue of social care and its relationship with health. You can have a Rolls-Royce health service, but if we haven't got social care sorted out, it matters not a jot. And equally so, we need to not, and the answer is not, as the government currently thinks, giving social care to the health service. That would kill it for me. But once again, that's not been addressed because it's a difficult thing. And it is difficult. And do you know what? If we want to give the dignity we should do, in particular to our older people, we're going to have to pay for it. And we need to have an honest conversation. But we don't. And in the meantime, hundreds, if not thousands of people in our borough, past, present and future, don't get what they really deserve. And I think that's criminal, Madam Mayor. But as I said at the start, I welcome the suggestion of a local housing company. We'll do all we can to cooperate for it. As we said, 6 years ago, we thought this was a good idea. And we're glad the administration is now about to embrace it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Before I go to the next speaker, it's only 10 minutes to the guillotine, and I've still got several councillors who've indicated that they wish to contribute to the debate, and then we've got remaining items of business. So to get through everything, we would need an extension to guillotine. So what does council want to do? Anybody wants to propose anything?
Propose an extension, Madam Mayor.
What? Yeah. You want to suggest a length of time?
30 minutes.
15 minutes, Madam Mayor.
Well.
Okay, 15. I'll second that.
Okay.
15 it is.
Does council agree that we extend the guillotine? That would be to 9:45. Any dissent?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Right, so I go on Hazel Gloucester.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Deputy Madam Mayor. I just wanted to raise the issue in the budget of bringing SEND provision back into Oldham to reduce costs. During my career in education, I have worked as a placement officer for LLDD students. The absolute devastation faced by parents when their children are not placed in their school of choice is totally heartbreaking. Now, I'm not talking about the many children we are able to accommodate within our many schools in Oldham. I talk about those with highly specialised needs, who may attend schools such as the Thomason School for the Deaf, Oak Hill in Stockport and the Reddish School. These schools are in many circumstances the only provision that can enable students to develop what many would relate to as simplistic skills. However, to those children and their families, this can be an absolutely monumental development. I fail to understand how any school in Oldham would be able to meet the needs of these children or provide the highly specialised environment and equipment that these specialist schools have available. The equipment needed is extremely expensive and totally beyond the reach of many schools. This is why specialist provision has been developed in these schools, and they absolutely do what they do extremely well. I know that we do have excellent facilities at Newbridge and the Kingfisher School, which has fortunately been able to expand, and we are so fortunate to have these facilities within our borough. However, I do know from experience that even Kingfisher would not be able to accommodate many of these children. As members so often talk about children reaching their full potential, I feel quite strongly that the way these children are dealt with needs to be reviewed, and that we actually allow some of our most vulnerable students to actually have the opportunity to do this. I do actually suspect that the administration's proposal is aspirational, but unfortunately we all know it is totally unachievable without absolutely halting progression for so many. We talk on many fronts about being realistic, and it is time to bite the bullet and accept that some individuals do require extremely expensive provision, and we cannot provide that in Oldham. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gloucester. I call upon Councillor Chohan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be very brief. So first of all, to Councillor Hamdani, I absolutely agree with you. We need to feed children. So there is two issues. Number one, I still say the same thing. It's not in the scope of Oldham Council to build the health centre. And there's a difference between saying it's not in our scope to build health centre and not building the health centre. Of course, I will support. And we've been working on it, we've been lobbying on it, and I will carry on doing it. And it's not about it's Labour territory or Lib Dem territory. It's all about residents of Oldham. Now, when we talk about investment in the town centre, whether it's spindles or thing, that's actually what helps you to eliminate poverty, and that's what helps you to feed children, because that's what hopefully will create jobs, and that's hopefully what will give people a decent place to work from, rather than in a cold Tommyfield market. That's what my sincere hope is. So I can talk on this topic as much as you want. Maybe we need to have one-to-one session. So just to be clear, of course we want to feed kids, and we want to find a sustainable way of feeding kids, rather than just throwing the pieces of bread and saying, we'll feed you today, but we can't feed you tomorrow. But Madam Mayor, most importantly, I wanted to talk about social care. So over the last 20 years, and I could not agree more with Councillor Sykes, that social care needs real effort and over attention nationally to deal with the underlying issues. So in 20 years, we had 12 white papers, 12 green papers, number of consultations, 5 independent reviews, but what changed? Nothing changed. We are still in a place, Madam Mayor, where we have to, if you need a care, is free at the point of need in NHS, but if you need a care in social care, it's mean tested. So if you've been working all your life and you have managed to save £22,500, you would not be eligible for any free care until you sell your house. So what happens as a result? People have to sell their houses or not sell their houses and not receive the care they need. Our workforce is absolutely underpaid, overworked, tired. We all have seen photos of them wearing the plastic bags instead of PPEs. So they did not need a green badge, actually they needed a PPE. So this council actually at that stage set up the PPE depot in our civic centre. Rather than having a glossy building, they set up they used that hall, Kiwi Hall, to set up a PPE. And I personally went around our care homes and witnessed how we had enough supply of PPE, and also witnessed how staff moved, very low paid staff moved into care home to look after our elders, because they didn't want to give up on them, despite getting paid not even very minimum wage and very poor working conditions, but they moved in to look after those. And disjointed care, delayed in transfer of care, lack of integration with health, postcode lottery, and list goes on and on and on, Madam Mayor. But that can be resolved only by a national consensus and joint up effort. Now, locally, we tried our best to invest as much as we can to provide the essential services, but also look at other ways how we can provide better support to keep people at home, safe, and fulfill our statutory responsibility, but also work with the third sector and voluntary sector and deal with some of those national issues on a local level. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Chowan. Councillor Williamson.
Sorry, my camera's playing up. Sorry about that. I was trying to get it fixed. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to speak on BR1-416 and in particular pages 509 and 510. Firstly, let me say this budget option is not new, or the reorganisation part of it hasn't. It has been in the pipeline for many years. Whether we like it or not, organisations have to change with the times, and the council has to be at the forefront of this by working alongside its partners so that all our residents are looked after by us all, whatever our role. No matter who we are, police officers, health workers, teachers, school personnel and many others, as well as us as councillors. In all our organisations, we need to make sure that information and support flows to those working within them and work in partnership. The police have always worked in the 5 areas, but the council for many years has recognised it has some very particular areas that are distinct from each other, but have to rub along together to support their residents in their unique and diverse way. Politically, in those 2 districts, we are different, but we have worked alongside our colleagues in a joint approach before. And I am sure once this particular reorganisation has been formalised, we will feel no different and continue to work like we have done over these many years of separation rather than divorce. But whilst I am not opposed to this reorganisation, I believe it would be remiss of me not to highlight one issue relating to this budget option, which says reduce support to elected members taking on only more complex casework and not supporting members' admin functions. Due to the pandemic, district teams have had to work differently, and so have councillors. And before I say anything further, I want to place on record our thanks from this side of the virtual chamber to all our staff and officers who always go above and beyond the call of duty. Our staff have been deployed to work on the front line to help our residents over the last 12 months, and councillors, I am sure, have seen a rise in casework, and we've already heard that tonight, due to residents not knowing what is happening with council services, the various lockdowns and regulations that go with it, and the general issues of potholes, fly tipping, dog fouling, etc. And this is where I believe the administration are letting down councillors by removing that admin support that some councillors may need. You keep telling us that you want us to be involved in engaging with residents by tweeting about the council and saying how great it is and what you are doing is fantastic, making a better Oldham, and in the next breath you're taking away support. We need to carry on doing our duties as a councillor, however much support we may need. What are you going to do if someone has additional needs of any sort, whether that is a hidden disability or illness? That could be poor eyesight, dyslexia. So are you not going to help them by allowing a member of staff to type up a letter because they can't do admin? Because if that's the case, then this is appalling. Could it even be a breach of the Equalities Act? You are tarring us all with the same brush. We cannot all work the same way. Some councillors need more support than others. Others may not need any at all. And to take that support away is to stifle the activity of a councillor, and it will have an impact on democracy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I quickly want to speak on what Councillor Gloucester said in his presentation. It spoke about the expenditure, capital expenditure, and use of reserves. And I think he's raised very serious points. And if they don't go on, if they go unchallenged, they go through the whole premises of administration budget. Now, he said, if I heard him correctly, that now about use of reserves and capital expenditure. If I could take them, both of them together first, he need to come to the audit committee or PVFM committee, where we go through these items with a very, very fine tooth comb. We discuss, we have the external auditors there, we have the finance team there, we have the members of the opposition there, and council and the ruling group. We discuss these things as Oldham citizens, not on a party line. And if there is any indication that we are going too far or we're making wrong decision, we would stop it there and then. Just earlier on, we all voted on use of reserves. And as far as I can recollect, the whole Lib Dem voted on item 4D for use of reserves. So you cannot vote at one part of the meeting that you're happy with use of reserves, and then later on, half an hour, couple of hours later, you say you got reservations. So you need to come out what you're saying, whether you're for it or against it. Similarly, in a capital expenditure, they want us to spend money. Well, they want capital expenditure at Shah Health Centre, and we all do. I'll be the first one to say, yeah, let's build a health centre in Shah. I supported it in 2012 when I was chairman of the PCT, and I'll support it now. It would have been built if it wasn't staffed by your government, but that's another issue. So you're okay to do capital expenditure in a health Shah Centre, but not in Spindles and not in Townfield Market. It just doesn't make sense. I think, Councillor Gloucester, I would invite you to come to the next PVFM committee and audit committee and see how we deal with these issues. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Can I ask the remaining speakers to be mindful of the time? We're getting very close to the extension time, and we've got 5 recorded votes yet to go through tonight. So a call on Councillor Bashforth. You didn't put anything in chat, but you had your hand up. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just picking up on a lot that's been said tonight, and it's one of the we often get criticised and about how we talk about things that national things that don't directly affect Oldham. How we spend a lot of time on that. Well, this is one of those things that does affect us, and everything that the government done in the budget is affecting our budget. We can't produce our budget without that. And what we're seeing here at the moment, we're seeing a lot of sympathy. People I talk to are giving a lot of sympathy to good old Rishi because he helped us out with furloughs and grants for businesses, and so he should. In times of crisis, national crisis, is exactly what any good government should do. And I think people need to recognise that that's been done. It hasn't been done out of the goodness of his heart for any, as any socialist way to help people. He's doing it because he had to. But when you see what's happened in the budget, how he's not helped those people we were out there clapping for, everybody was out there praising the health workers, praising the teachers, praising the people who are picking the litter off the streets, and there's absolutely zero help for that. In fact, reading through the lines, we're seeing cuts for that. So we're seeing cuts, bigger cuts to health and education than we were seeing pre-COVID. And that can't be right. And added to that, the additional tax burdens that we're going to see creeping up on us over the next few years. I think we need to recognise that. And one of the things that's been talked about tonight is working together. Pam, you were very good the way you spoke about that, and other people have, and Diane as well, about how we should all work together. And I think we should. But I think we should think when people are criticising this council over how we can't fill potholes in, how we can't go anywhere near health centres, although it's not our business to provide health centres. I think we need to speak to the public and tell them exactly what's what. It's no good going round in leaflets telling people this rubbish, this Labour council can't put potholes when the Conservative government slashes our funding and prevents us from doing it. It's no good saying that this Labour council can't provide health centres when it's not our job to provide health centres. It's no good going round saying that this Labour council is building on Greenbelt when the Conservative government is pushing huge targets on us. If we want to work together, we need to be honest in it. Now, we do need criticism. We do need this constructive criticism between the parties. Very healthy. We need it. But if we want to work together, as a lot of people have said, we need to take that on board, and we need to look at what we say outside this chamber as much as what we say in it. There's no doubt that we are going to see huge cuts over the next, even worse cuts than we've ever seen before. Our award budgets are going down. We won't be able to pride people with Christmas trees and little things that mean a lot to people are all going to go. And it's no good blaming the council for it. This is all down to, this is where the national picture affects you and I, it affects the people in the street. And if we want to work together, we need to accept that. So, Abdul, I think you need to get that job in that Treasury office, and I think we need to show what we can do with pence. When we can afford, we need to do things like the spindle. If we didn't, we'd lose our market altogether. We need to do that sort of thing. So, and that's another thing, you know, criticising the council over spending the money in that spindles. It's exactly what we need in this town centre, and we can do it, so let's do it. And, of course, it is out of a different budget as well. So if we're going to work together, let's think about the things that we do together, and let's think about not necessarily praising the Labour if you're a Conservative, Independent or Liberal, but let's work together as a council and not attack those things that we're all agreeing on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bashford. I'll take Councillor Hambler, and then we will have to make another decision about the guillotine. Councillor Hambler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I will be brief. I find it a little bit remiss on some members who say that they voted for the health centres a number of years ago. They actually voted for it last year, because I remember quite distinctly, because it was my first budget meeting. Sorry, not last year, 2020, and it was just before lockdown. And I thought it was brilliant, because at the end of the day, you know, we finally got a bit of a result or some lights at the end of the tunnel, and a lot of people said, well, it was an NHS thing, but yeah, why did we vote for it? So that was the one question on my mind of, well, if that's the case, why did we vote for it? If it's supposed to be an NHS thing, why was that there? And the other point was, obviously, you know, as Councillor Chowan has pointed out, we're supposed to be there to help our social inequalities and to help people who, you know, try to come out of the pandemic in a very more socially responsible manner, and to help those, especially in a more, you know, those of the older population. However, we're ending our support to Age UK, and especially to men in sheds. So when it comes down to those on a more, you know, whether it be social deprivation or whether it just be people struggling with loneliness, especially during the crisis, and when they get to come out of it at the end of this roadmap, they've got nothing to go to, and I think that's going to be a huge shame. It's going to be a massive shame to come out to, and then they're not really going to have much to basically, you know, go back to how things were. I know it's going to be very different. I understand that. But at least, you know, something to work with will be better than nothing. And I absolutely get the point that we are extremely tight, and I understand that things will be very difficult, especially the way that we've been dealt a very poor hand by the national government. But I just wanted to correct a slight wrong in the fact that we did actually have a vote last year on it. And I do think it's a little bit remiss that some members are saying it's an NHS thing. So there you go. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamblett. Does Councillor Fielding wish to reply? We've actually only got 3 minutes to the extension time, so what does council want to do? So we've still got 5 recorded votes after this.
Not extended.
To extend, shall we say what, 10 till 10 o'clock?
Yeah, Deputy Madam Mayor, I think if Councillor Fielding wants to reply, then we should extend. It's up to him, really.
So it's my fault. I did intend to use my right of reply, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously.
Move 15-minute extension, Madam Mayor.
More business, even after that, even after this vote, we've still got 4 more recorded votes. So I think we are going to need that extra 15 minutes. So does council agree that?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay,
Agreed.
thank you. Right, Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your generosity in allowing me the time to exercise my right of reply. Firstly, thank you to all colleagues from across the Council for their contributions to this evening's debate. There are a couple of things that I want to pick out to respond to. The first is to thank Councillor Byrne for her commitment to working cross-party to make the Council's latest regeneration plans for the borough work. I'm always grateful to Councillor Byrne's support. We profoundly disagree on many issues, and the principles that may guide some of the votes that Councillor Byrne, the way that Councillor Byrne may vote on some matters at Council are things that I don't agree with. However, I recognise that Councillor Byrne is a pragmatist and supports a prosperous future for the borough, is challenging when she needs to be, but also is supportive of the administration where we want to go forward together. And I am grateful to her for that. It's a shame that I do not believe it can be said for some of the ambitious Conservative candidates that are seeking election to the council in the coming round of elections, who seem more preoccupied with trying to disrupt and play local politics in Oldham like it's a game, which is a pity. But as I've said, you know, more Tories like Councillor Byrne, please, if you can find some. In terms of the points made by some of the Liberal Democrats, the Creating a Better Place programme was reviewed, and we set out the principles of the review and took them to the Performance and Value for Money Committee, where they were agreed. And that was to set out whether we had projects that were still going to deliver a revenue return in the changing financial environment, or were going to deliver the social value and growth that we needed. Now, some projects, unfortunately, fell out, but some projects have remained in, like the purchase of the spindles. The purchase of the spindles has remained in because it will deliver growth in our economy and enable a stronger recovery. It will deliver social value in our control in the way that we can recruit local people and train up young people to work on the various remodelling schemes that are going to take place in that building. Unfortunately, new health centres did not make the cut. That doesn't mean that the council is not committed to closing the gap in health inequalities. But it does mean that, unfortunately, the principles which were endorsed cross-party did not allow us to maintain Shaw and Saddleworth health centres within the capital programme. Now, it is completely wrong to say also that our capital programme is reliant upon external funding. We have budgeted for what we want to do, but we do know that we can reduce the level of borrowing that we have to undertake for our capital programme if we do secure that external funding. Now, we've secured external funding from the Future High Streets Fund. We've secured external funding from Growth Deal 3 for the public realm works. We're securing external funding from various sources, and we continue to be incredibly successful at that because we're bloody good at writing bids at this council, and we're also an organisation that the government, even though it's not from our party, trusts to get on and deliver on capital projects. Now, I'm not concerned that we weren't in the first tranche of town deal funds that were announced with the budget yesterday. All the ones that have been given the cash were at 25 million or below. We went in at a higher figure that was more ambitious because we are ambitious for Oldham. We've bid for £41 million and we've been asked for a little bit more detail on some of our proposals, and we expect to come under more scrutiny when we're asking for such a significant amount of money. And I will not hear it from the opposition that we should play it safe and not take risks. We are never going to rebuild Oldham's economy. We are not going to build a prosperous future without taking risks and investing. So I don't know. I tried to find it because the beauty of being sat at one of these computers while you're doing your meetings is that you can also have a quick poke around on the internet when you need to research something. And I tried to find out what the Lib Dem slogan was. But based on some of the comments tonight about wanting to play it safe, about not wanting to make bids for capital investment externally, about thinking that we should scale down our capital programme, I'll give you a slogan that you can have for your local election campaign. Plod along, play it safe, vote Lib Dem. Or how about vote Lib Dem? We have no ambition. No, Oldham Labour has an ambition for this town, and that is why we have an ambitious capital investment programme that I will continuously defend. Now, when this government first came to power, there was lots of talk of levelling up, which now seems to have been reduced to moving a few Treasury civil servants to Darlington whilst retaining power in Westminster. What this budget shows is if that we were given more power and the funding to go with it, local government could solve many of the problems that national government refuses to. We're doing it in housing, building homes where the private sector doesn't want to, despite the government. We're doing it in social care, paying a real living wage, despite the government. We're doing it in education, bringing schools together to support one another, despite the government agenda to keep them separate. And we've seen it during the pandemic response. Most people would agree that the only truly successful part of the pandemic response has been the vaccine rollout. It's no coincidence that this is the only part that has been completely coordinated locally. While in other areas of the response, local teams have either been sidelined or had to wrestle with government for the information needed to do our work properly, distribution of the vaccine has been a genuinely local effort. They should take this lesson and apply it to other things. On housing, we've only recently been given the power to build social housing, and we're still fighting for the money to make brownfield first house building a reality rather than something the government claims to want. If rather than forcing us to allocate land for homes according to an artificially inflated housing target decided in Westminster, the government said, build the type and number of homes that writes for your community, our housing challenges will be reduced in no time. And on health and social care, instead of dithering further, the government could say, we recognise the value of health and social care, so here's the funding needed to do it properly. Now work with your communities to ensure they get the services that best reflect health issues that are prominent in your area. But this isn't happening, and it's not happening for two reasons. The government is determined to control everything from Whitehall and to fund services only in a way that gives them credit, and proper devolution of power would reduce the ability of the government ministers to curry favour with friends and donors. In Oldham, we spend our money wherever possible with local businesses and place an expectation that people receiving big contracts are creating local jobs or investing in community projects. In Westminster, it seems the most important thing is whether you have a Tory MP on your board or as a paid advisor. We'll continue to put Oldham first. I hope we start the journey of recovery. The government will recognise the importance of being collaborative and trusting local people to know what's best for them. But either way, we'll carry on doing what's best for our borough, working with our local communities to build a greener, wealthier and stronger Oldham. I commend the budget to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. So we go now to a recorded vote on the budget.
Councillor Ahmad.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Alias.
For.
Councillor Ball.
For.
Councillor Bashforth Marie.
For.
Councillor Bashforth Stephen.
For.
Councillor Briggs.
For.
Councillor Brownridge.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
Abstain.
Councillor Chatterton.
For.
Councillor Chowan.
For.
Councillor Cosgrove.
For.
Councillor Curley.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Dean.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Gary.
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Against.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Against.
Councillor Goodwin.
For.
Councillor Hamlet.
Against.
Councillor Harkness.
Against.
Councillor Hewitt.
For.
Councillor Holbin.
Against.
Councillor Hume.
For.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
For.
Councillor Fidar Hussain.
For.
Councillor Ibrahim.
For.
Councillor Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Jabbar.
For.
Councillor Jakes.
For.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Sheldon.
Oh, come on.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4. Thank you. So I declare that the motion is carried. We've still got 4 recorded votes to go. Can I suggest that we just keep going now until we get through them? And I call upon lost my place now. I call on Councillor, we're on item 4C. I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Fielding to second the Treasury Management Strategy Statement 2021-22. Councillor Jabbar.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Does anybody wish to speak?
No.
Does Council, well, you've nothing to respond to there, Councillor Jabbar. Does Council agree the recommendations as circulated? A roll call will now be taken.
Councillor Ahmad.
4.
Councillor Akhtar.
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani. Councillor Al Hamdani.
4. Sorry.
Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Alias.
4.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Briggs.
4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne.
4. Apologies. 4.
Councillor Chatterton.
4.
Councillor Chowan.
4.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Fidar Hussain.
4.
Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4. Council must now vote on the resolutions detailed within the summons. 1. Does Council note the agreed council tax base for the year 2021 21-22 as agreed on the 4th of December 2020? 2. Does Council approve the council tax requirement for the Council's own purposes for 2021-22 as detailed within the summons? Does anyone wish to speak? Then we'll move to a recorded vote.
Councillor Ahmad.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali.
Sorry, for.
Councillor Alias.
For.
Councillor Ball.
For.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
For.
Councillor Briggs.
For.
Councillor Brian Ridge.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
For.
Councillor Chatterton.
For.
Councillor Chowan.
For.
Councillor Gosgrove.
For.
Councillor Curley.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Dean.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Gary.
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
For.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
For.
Councillor Goodwin.
For.
Councillor Hamlet.
For.
Councillor Harkness.
For.
Councillor Hewitt.
For.
Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hume.
For.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
For.
Councillor Fida Hussain.
For.
Councillor Ibrahim.
For.
Councillor Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Jabbar.
For.
Councillor Jakes.
For.
Councillor Leach.
For.
Councillor Malik.
For.
Councillor McLaren.
For.
Councillor Moores.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Mushtaq.
For.
Councillor Fithian.
For.
Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor Shah.
For.
Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Shuttleworth.
For.
Councillor Stretton.
For.
Councillor Surjan.
For.
Councillor Sykes.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Torr.
For.
Councillor O'Rayman.
For.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
For.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
For. 3. Does Council agree that the amounts as detailed within the summons calculated for the year 2021-22 in accordance with sections 31A to 36 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992? Does any member wish to speak? And we move again to a recorded vote.
Councillor Ahmad.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Alias.
For.
Councillor Ball.
For.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
For.
Councillor Briggs.
For.
Councillor Brownridge.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
For.
Councillor Chatterton.
For.
Councillor Chowan.
For.
Councillor Cosgrove.
For.
Councillor Curley.
Apologies. For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Dean.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Gary.
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
For.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
For.
Councillor Goodwin.
For.
Councillor Hamlet.
For.
Councillor Harkness.
For.
Councillor Hewitt.
For.
Councillor Hoban.
I think
Councillor
it's left.
Hume.
For.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
For.
Councillor Fida Hussain.
For.
Councillor Ibrahim.
For.
Councillor Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Jabbar.
For.
Councillor Jakes.
For.
Councillor Leach.
For.
Councillor Malik.
For.
Councillor McLaren.
For.
Councillor Moores.
For.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor Mushtaq.
For.
Councillor Fithian.
For.
Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor Shah.
For.
Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Shuttleworth.
For.
Councillor Stretton.
For.
Councillor Surjan.
For.
Councillor Sykes.
For.
Councillor Taylor. 4. Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4. Number 4, does council note that for the year 2021 to 22, the mayoral police and crime commissioner precept and the mayoral general precept, including fire services for Greater Manchester, have been issued to the council as detailed in the summons? Does anybody wish to speak?
No.
Well, we move to another recorded vote.
Councillor Ahmad.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry.
No.
There's no recorded vote on this one.
It's a roll call, Madam Mayor.
Does council agree to set the aggregate amounts as detailed within the summons as the amount of council tax for 2021-22 for each part of its area and for each of the categories of dwellings?
Agreed.
Does any member wish to speak? Then we'll move to the last recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Ahmad.
4.
Councillor Akhtar.
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
4.
Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Alias.
4.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Briggs.
4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne.
4.
Councillor Chatterton.
4.
Councillor Chowan.
4.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Fida Hussain.
4.
Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Vivian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Salamat. Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4. If we could just go back to number 4, where there was no recorded vote, but I have to ask, does council agree the wording of that? Is there any dissent? It's the one about the mayoral police and crime commissioner. Is there any dissent on that? So does
Madam Mayor,
council
I'll just,
agree?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll presume I will have to not participate in that due to me declaration of interest.
Okay.
And I think Wayne, Gary and Hazel will want to say the same.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. So council agrees number 4.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that concludes the. Sorry.
5 minutes, that's all, literally.
Sorry about this, folks. So we've had the recorded vote on number 5, and council does agree the resolution. Thank you very much. So that concludes the business for the evening. Thank you for your forbearance, and I hope everybody's still awake. I'll see you next time. Thank you very much.